watching this streaming.
Right. Okay. So, okay, all right, fine. So I've just been reminded that there's another prize for viewers at home. So participants, so those that were not lucky to be here, but who have been viewing us and being active and have been participating very actively and following the program online. So they would be given a prize as well, the most active online participant. So that would also, is the first time we're doing that. It's the first time we're streaming the training live. So we would be giving a prize for that as well. These prizes were determined they were suggested and donated by our chairman, Board of Trustees, Honorable Shina Abiola Pella. I think he deserves a round of applause, please. Thank you. So just before I hand over the mic to Stanley, I would like to thank our facilitators, Yaga Africa, for consistently partnering with us to deliver this exclusive, this very special executive residential leadership training course. Thank you. A big round of applause for Yaga Africa. Thank you very much. And I'm pleased to say, as part of our programs today, of the sessions, there would be a job acquisition skills session. So we have Jobberman here with us. They will be training you all on the skills you need to have to apply for and retain job positions. If that's what you desire, if you're looking for a new job, if you're looking for a change in jobs and employment, then they will be helping with that as well. It's the first time we're doing that again. We feel that it is important to empower our youth and give them all the necessary skills in all aspects of the things that concern us, the youth, the most. So thank you, everyone, for listening. And I shall hand over back to Stanley. Where's Stanley? Who will call our next speaker. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Edie. God bless you. Let's keep clapping for her. She takes her seat. Thank you. If you want to be an executive director in the future, if you want to hold an event that is bigger than this, if you want to make the kind of impact that will draw the entire world to your community and to your country, and then define exactly who you are and who your country should be, I think you should clap for her once again for the great job she's doing. Thank you very much. Before I invite the honorable member of the House of Assembly, who would be giving us his address on youth participation in politics and in governance, I would also want to remind you again that this event, you are meant to train your ward reps at the end of the training. After 2 weeks of this training, we're expecting that you would have trained your ward representatives. What that means is that we have to select one person from each ward within your local government. And then you would hold a training where all the things you are learning here, you would have to teach them and then prepare them for the assignment of building your community together. And that means we are going to send you all the soft copy of the modules we are being taught here. So please avert your mind to the fact that from this weekend, your tasks and responsibilities start, and then you must ensure that you do that with all your strength, with all your mind, with all commitment to ensuring that we achieve our goal. It's on this note I respectfully wish to invite Honorable Engineer Mohammed Alhaji Horana, MNSE, Member, National Society of Economists. He is the Dan Turaki of Nupe. He's a member representing Bida South constituency of the Niger State House of Assembly. And he is specially also the Chairman, House Committee on Youth Development. Over the years, as I said earlier, he has consistently committed to the cause of youth development in this state and across the country. He is a leadership expert, and I'm pleased to welcome him to give a speech this morning. Thank you very much. Let's, with a standing and clapping ovation, welcome him to take for his speech. Thank you very much, sir. Keep clapping if you want to get to the House of Assembly, House of Rep, or even become a governor of this state. Thank you. God bless you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Sandy. أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم. The organizers of this very laudable program, particularly Honorable Shina Pella and his team, and of course the anchor of the day, Mr. Stanley, distinguished trainees, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you this morning by saying, may peace of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala be on all of you. Mr. Stanley, I will forgive you for so many reasons. One of such reasons, and the most important of all, is the fact that you and your boss have brought a very impactful, rewarding program to Niger State. Otherwise, I would have said, I will not charge you for the first mistake, but for the second one, I will charge you. MNSC stands for, I'm a member of Nigerian Society of Engineers. That is what it stands for, MNSC. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to this very great program. Permit me to first of all congratulate you all for having the opportunity to be part of this very, very wonderful and laudable program. Actually, I was here yesterday in official capacity as the House Committee Chairman on Youth Development. I was supposed to make a remark at the opening yesterday, but either out of commission or mission, that could not happen. So the commissioner, having realized that I have a very strong passion for anything that has to do with enhancement of our teaming youths, and of course, having a tip of some of the ideas I have on youth matters, decided that I must be slotted into the technical session so that I will have a word or two on the program.
Are you a Nigerian
I choose to speak on
who's
youth
passionate about
empowerment,
leadership?
youth participation in politics and governance. This I did intentionally, and with your kind permission, since it was not meant to be a kind of too formal, I hadn't time to put up some materials that we can share at the end of the program. But I want to believe at the end of the interaction that we are going to have, at the end of interaction we have at the end of my presentation, we will all live here with one or two more knowledge on leadership and youth participation in politics. So I would like to start by, first of all, properly introducing my own self. My name is Honorable Engineer Mohammed Elijah Haruna, and by the special grace of God, I'm the member representing the good people of Bida South in Niger State House Assembly. Privileged to be representing them for the second time. And I'm also the Dantura Kinupe. I'm an engineer by training with a master's degree in civil engineering and another one in master's in public administration from Nigerian Defense Academy. So my interest for politics, administration, leadership has always been very, very important and dear to my heart. And this I always try to share whenever I have the opportunity with my fellow youths. We do know that when we say youth, very well, we mean a segment of our population that some experts said from 18 to 35. In some quarters, they say from 25 to 45. And of late, until the last non-president election, we have now seen that except if it is by accident, that youth definition now covers even up to 55 years. And that would be too unfortunate if we take it to that extreme. Anyway, however I put it, we do know that when we say the youth, we mean the active segment of our population. And in Nigeria, as numerously established by so many agencies, including Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, our population is put up about 60%. Unfortunately, overwhelming majority of this population again have become a threat than a blessing to the country. And why do I say so? If you have a population that is as much as 60% and a larger percentage of which have no means of livelihood or no any direction at all in life, you certainly know that we are sitting on a keg of gunpowder in this country. So it is unfortunate that when we talk of youth, it comes with a lot of feelings, mixed feelings in our context here in Nigeria. If you superimpose this template, for instance, on our population in Niger State, it means that of our 4 million population in Niger State, about 2.4 million are supposed to be youths. And we are still saying that roughly about 1.8 million or 2 million of these 2.4 million population in Niger State, for instance, have no any sense of direction. If I may ask, is that not a very bad indicator for us as a state and as a country at large? That is very, very bad and very dangerous. As you are seated here, I understand we have about 125 of you today for this program. That is not even up to 1% of the total youth population that we have here sitting in this hall. But why you have been chosen is because they want you to be the vanguards of good leadership in your respective domains. That is, each and every one of you sitting here today is a great influencer in his own capacity that will impact on the generality of people, youths that are not here. Having said that, now we come into politics, since we are talking of youth in the spheres of politics. Of course, if you ask anybody definition of politics, they will define it numerously, either in line with what the social scientists have defined it to be, or in line with their own common sense, or in line with whatever belief that they have. But we all know politics is simply a game of who gets what, how, when, and where. So, in summary, we are talking of means of sharing the resources of a government. Now, we are now going to the next stage where we talk of participation. How do we now participate in politics? Yesterday, His Excellency in this hall said something that is very, very important. And this I've always shared with whoever cares to listen. Plato was a very great social scientist. And he once said, the pain of not participating in politics is the frustration of being governed by your inferior. Today, most of us look at politics with disdain. We look at it with too much hatred that we have unknowingly, continuously allowed the space to be taken over by those that we are far, far better than. This is a very serious problem, and we have to change the narrative. If you don't fight for your right, there is no way you are going to have it from the comfort of your room. If you think it's only by sitting down and playing with your phone, commenting on social media, criticizing people that you are going to bring the desired change, you are far, far, far from the solution, my brothers and sisters. You must participate. But now the big question to most of our youth is, how do we participate in politics? With due respect to most of the comrades that are in your midst here that are politicians themselves, I can see quite a number of faces that are here among you that I know are very prominent in the political space in the state. I believe they allude to some of the statements that I want to make here. If you don't participate, how will you bring the desired change? The question in the mind of most of our youth has always been, where will I start from? How? The best place to start politics is where you are. And what do I mean? Yesterday, the governor made an example that politics, aside from being local in every aspect of its analysis, always starts from the bottom. You see, most of the times we don't pay attention and we don't care. We leave the politics where it matters most to where it's very difficult for you to even have a space. It matters most from the grassroots, from those hands that the fate of those that will leave you always hang, that will lead you always hang. From your units, from your wards, there is always a space for you to participate in politics. Today, it is no longer news that in most of our rural areas, you find out that most of the ESCOs we have across all the political parties, they cannot even read and write. They occupy this position because you don't care. You see, each time they have a meeting in your unit, because you feel you are educated, I have a degree in economics, I have a degree in engineering, what will I be doing with this kind of people? That is from where you get it all wrong. That is where you're supposed to start making the difference. That is where, from where you're supposed to exert the influence that is required to bring the desired change. And I always tell people, by the time you have so many good minds in politics, good, vibrant minds, turning in their thousands into the political space, I tell you, one day we'll throw out all the bad minds. The governor threw a challenge here yesterday. It was unfortunate that there was no room to challenge him. If not, we will have challenged him that it is not yet time by 2023 for you to take over in Nigeria. If we had had an opportunity yesterday here, I believe most of you, comrades, will challenge him. He's throwing it to us because we have all missed it. If, for instance, from our units to our wards, local government and up to state level and national level, we can actively participate in politics, to God who made me, we will move them. But because of our nonchalant attitude, indifference to politics, we don't seem to care. And we are here today because of that. So that is the line that this discussion is throwing its weight at. You must stand up and participate in politics. There is always a level at which you can participate. Most of us have found ourselves in politics, like myself, I can say accidentally, but with a clear vision and mission of what I have come to achieve as a politician. And today, in my little space, I know that I have made some humble strides that today has changed the narrative in my constituency. With due respect to some of my constituents that are here, they nickname me Mr. Empowerment because of my flair and penchant for the empowerment of youth as a solution to the various problems that they are being faced with. So there are many more among you that can make the desired change that we want so that we can take over our rightful position in this country as the leaders of the country. But until we remove that fear and face the challenge head on, we'll continue to be where we are. So, as I have said, your starting point is where you have found yourself. Your participation in politics is very key and very cardinal if you want to bring the desired change. Leaving this polity in the hands of miscreants, in the hands of money bags, will not bring us any development. It will continue to multiply our problems in the country. I'm happy that we are beginning to see some very young people in position of authority. Some recently, some we have seen so far, they are doing well. But I know if many more are given opportunity, they will be able to bring to the fore the much vibrancy that we all desire from the youth in leadership position. And it is with this that I've come to one segment of my discussion today. Now, another very important tool which is in line with why you are here is leadership. Leadership. And in line with this, I would like to tailor my discussion towards some theories of leadership, largely as opined by great minds like John and Bertram Revan in 1959. And why I choose to limit my discussion in line with their theory, that is theory of influence, is because I've realized that aside from falling in line with the definition of leadership itself, as defined by John C. Maxwell, that leadership is simply influence, I've seen from the various texts and experience that I've had that leadership is truly all about influence. Influence to make things happen. Influence to change things. Influence to cause people to action. Influence to impact on people. And you cannot have governance without leadership. Governance is always key and is tied to leadership. And in this line, you realize that even the word influence itself is simply defined as this capacity to be able to affect or to be able to cause an effect in the capacity of others in order to be able to discharge their responsibilities. And if you remove influence from leadership, what you have is pure emptiness and waste of time. The question now should be, what kind of influence are we actually talking about? Experts have identified about 4 influences. You have the negative influence, you have the positive one, and you also have the neutral influence. The last one is life-changing influence. So long as you want to impact as a leader, you must check within yourself, what kind of influence do I need to have to make a great leader? Of all this influence, the one that has been found to be more enduring and to be more impactful is the positive influence. The negative influence neither adds nor take from anything from those around that it meant to be served. But the positive influence is the one that gives you the capacity to be able to make people move in the right direction, to be able to move things, to be able to move people to do the right thing. And that is the type of influence that we're all supposed to aspire to have if we want to succeed as leaders. In the political space, it's very important, but as I will also be sharing some of the leadership qualities that you're supposed to have to succeed as a politician, I would also like to tell you that having positive influence is what you really need to succeed as a leader. Everyone is a leader in his own right, either in your house, in your workspace, in your community, in what have you. You are one way, the other, a leader. And you cannot succeed if you don't have the proper traits and qualities that you need as a leader. So, in the light of qualities that are required for you to become the kind of influential leader you need to be in order to succeed, I want to tell you that having the right influence is very key. Also, it will interest you to know that why most of our leaders are failing today. Some of the reasons why some of our leaders all over the country are failing today are not far-fetched, some of which you already know. Leaders are failing. Before you say fear of God, to me, before you say anything fear of God, there must be capacity first. There must be what? Capacity. Capacity is always very key. Because there is no way you will give what you don't have. The ability to even identify those that you need to work with to succeed is also a capacity. So how will you know the right people that you need to identify to help you succeed if you don't have capacity for that? And that is why I've always, it's not a campaign, no, I've always cherished Malam Nasir El-Rufai, governor of Kaduna State. It's one governor that stands out in identifying capacity in Nigeria. Whether you like it or not, El-Rufai has already practically proven this capacity. If you believe it is Mr. A in Agwara that will bring the desired change or that can serve in this position, believe you me, he doesn't care who your father is. He doesn't care your background. He will fish you out to make sure you serve in that capacity. And that is why he gets results excellently. The Kaduna Urban Renewal Project that you are seeing that has turned Kaduna State to many construction sites today is a result of purposeful leadership, identifying brains that can serve in the right positions. I'm not saying it's perfect in all ramifications, but he has proven to be successful virtually in all the areas that you can say actually translate to good leadership. And this is the direction that we all pray that if we find ourselves in politics, we should all be toying. Now, leadership types. Since we say the class is going to be an interactive session, I want to kindly ask your permission to kindly tell me how many types of leadership we have. I mean the leadership types. How many do we have? How many types of leadership do we have? If you have an idea, just raise your hand and tell us. Yes, please. Your voice, please, since Mike cannot reach you. Sorry? Yes, one. Sorry? Democratic leader, Autocratic. Sorry? Yes. Yes. This man has described 3 types of leaders. But if you are tailoring it along the definitions of forms of leadership, that is why it falls more. Because you are not talking of democratic leader, you are talking of autocratic leader, you are also talking of laissez-faire. All these definitions suits more in the field and spheres of governance and politics. Because if you have, depending on the type of government that you are running, if you have an autocratic leader, it's a leader that believes he is the solution and is the problem all in one. That is autocratic leader. like you have typically in military regimes. If you talk of democratic leader, of course, like the one we have in this system, where it's a leader that believes in taking others along, in recognizing other powers so that he can succeed. But within studies of leadership, leadership have also been identified along areas or structures that it's meant to serve. And in that regard, we talk of traditional leaders, the one that serve us at level of traditional institutions like the emirs, the kings, and what have you. We are political leaders, like my humble self, the executive governor, the council chairman, the honorable members, the senators. We are all political leaders. We also have professional leaders, the ones that serve us in our institutions like the universities, the polytechnic, and all that. So the most interesting thing I want to share with you today, and it has always become a contestable argument anywhere, anytime. Of all the forms of leadership that you know, the most difficult of all is political leadership. Political leadership is the most difficult, and simply the reason is because the mix of qualities you need to be a political leader are so diverse and cumbersome, unlike the professional leaders. Now, if I say there is no way that even if I become president of Nigeria today, that I will become a VC of a university, it's not possible. So to become a VC of a university, I must be a professor of certain area, certain discipline, so number of years, so that. That is the professional qualities that I need to become a VC. So you see, leadership quality mix that you need to be a leader in that area are different from the ones you need to be a political leader. And in this regard, we have the hard and soft qualities of leadership. When we talk of soft qualities of leadership, who has idea what it means by soft leadership qualities? Soft leadership qualities. Soft leadership qualities. When we talk of soft leadership qualities, we are talking of, for instance, integrity, approachability, accountability, and what have you. Those are the soft qualities of leadership. Now, when we talk of hard qualities, we now begin to talk of certificate, your qualification. We talk of health. We talk of age. We talk of gender. These are the hard qualities of leadership. Now, to become a traditional ruler, you know, largely in Nigeria, is by blood. There is no way today, even if they give me the highest traditional title in Nupe land today, I remain a Bude. You know what I mean by Bude? I remain a subject of the royal structure. So, if I'm not by blood the son or grandson of an emir, I can never be an emir. So that one is a hard quality in that direction. Now, it is in politics that you have to have a good combination of these qualities. Little wonder that you find out a professor will be telling you, why should a councillor be earning 250,000 at the end of the month? Why should a councillor be taking 1 million naira for furniture allowance? All these arguments you have heard in many forums. But the answers are very simple. Because a political leader needs a combination of hard and soft qualities. Because if you are a professor today and you join politics, from the day you join politics, you have become a student. Even people that don't go to school will have to teach you the roads. And that idea of sitting in your house comfortably, don't want anybody to disturb you and all of, you have to drop it. Now every morning somebody will come to your house and say, my wife has put to bed. My wife has run away. My children are graduating. I need assistance for school fees. I need this, I need that. Now, your soft quality now is very important than your hard qualities. But they are also not less important than your soft qualities. So you need a combination of both. Yes, education is very important, but you must be a very approachable person, very human, very transparent, very open, and you must be able to be accountable. These are the combination of leadership mix qualities that you need to succeed as a political leader. Now, as youth that desire to participate in politics, you must be ready to understand and to know at the back of your mind that the type of leadership style or quality you need is the one that will suit the political system. If you don't do that, there is no way you are going to succeed. And little wonder you see, the moment somebody assumes a political position, yes, you'll be looking fine, but you see, you start growing gray hairs. I'm telling you, I'm just 46. Before this position, in 2015, I don't have trace of any gray hairs. I don't have. But now look at them all over at 46. So that is it, because of the challenge that it portends. So political leadership is unique and is very important, and is all that matters. That is where, in fact, political leadership, all other forms of leadership depend on political leadership. Our university education and other education systems are failing today. Why? Because of bad political leadership. Traditional institutions today, most of them are, failing to even discharge their core mandate. Why? Because of leadership, political leadership. And to tell you that hard quality in political leadership is not as important as the soft quality. What is the highest qualification that you need in Nigeria today to become president? What is the highest qualification that you need? They will say school sat. Even though to people like us and many great like minds, that is one area of the Constitution that we need a very urgent amendment to. Because there is no way that you will say with school sat, you will be able to have the required knowledge that you have to be able to serve the people. It's a lie. But because it is politics, they will tell you they don't want disfranchisement of any segment of the people. All you need to have is a school certificate to serve the people or to represent them. No one needs your degree. No one needs your PhDs. No one needs anything. But you need to have knowledge to be able to serve people. If you if you look at also aspects of leadership that is still in line with the influence theory of leadership, you'll be able to see that they have itemized some aspects of influence in leadership that are supposed to be a guide to you. They will tell you there is influence of legitimate power. There is influence of that one is supposed to be based on knowledge. That one, power of influence. Yes, that one is, they call it power influence. And in that area, you find out that if you don't have, you succeed very much if you have the knowledge, superior knowledge and capacity than those that you are leading. You will see they will be able to respect you because, Oga know these things very well. Oh. And naturally you see they will fall in to what? To respect you. And in that regard, you find out that knowledge is very, very key and important. And that is why, in addition to having all the qualities that you always need to succeed as a leader, one thing that you must do if you want to succeed too is continuous search for knowledge. You must continue to develop yourself, just like as you are doing now. I know there are many master degree holders here, even PhD holders in your midst here, but they didn't look at the size of this opportunity, they decide to take it because they know that there is no way that it will not present an opportunity to add 18 or 2 to what they already have or know. So in whatever you are doing, make sure that you always develop yourself. So since it wasn't meant to be a formal engagement, and as I have told you, I will have prepared very well so that at the end of the day we share some materials that can be of useful reference to us. I think we have been able to kind of touch on youth participation in politics and governance in our own small little way that will add value to 1 or 2 things that we know already. The last thing that I would also like to talk about is the solution to all these problems that youth are facing in Nigeria today. We have all agreed that youth are facing a lot of problems in Nigeria today. We want to get married. We want to get jobs. We want to do fine. We want to live fine. We want to be able to assist our parents. But because of the very limited opportunities that we have, we cannot do anything. If you look at Nigeria today with our population of over 200 million, it has been said that if you put civil servants, add them to the public servants you have, you know there is a difference between public and civil servant. If you add the civil servants, the public servants, the informal sector, the private sector, there you have people employed and all that. If you put all this together, till this moment, it is still being argued that the population is not even up to 10% that are gainfully employed. What of the remaining population? No government in Nigeria can be able to support our population. No government in this country. Niger State has just opened the portal for recruitment into civil service, even though most of us know that there is little lacuna in that. How many people are they trying to absorb into civil service? At the end of the day, how many people do you think will apply? I want to tell you that even from BDI alone, if you multiply the slot by 10, it will be taken by them and will still 1,000 left. So that is, we must look outwards. And that is why I've always been a strong advocate of youth empowerment in area of skills acquisition, particularly. There is always one wonderful thing that you can do as a person. There is always one thing that you can do. It's just a question of you to identify it. Because nobody will help you. White man has already said that the nearest place you can find a helping hand, he said, is at the end of your own arms. And until you identify this great challenge, you still remain where you are. And so the solution to this our problem is for government and politicians to begin to also continue to recognize that they need to empower our youth. Not all of them can be employed. And how do we empower them? Through trainings like this, through training them on skills acquisition, giving them starter packs in addition to education. And I tell you, if you are able to look at these photographers that are here now, they are making a living through this. There are many people that have made it through ICT today. There are so many areas where you can do. Look at the ladies. In the area of fashion design today, my sister, from comfort of her room, she has become a fashion designer. And she don't even know how to use needle. But you see, she has tell us that she gives jobs to do. And she supplies. And she's doing fine. Making even more money than the tailors themselves that have shops. So there are 1,000 opportunities in every situation that you have found yourselves. And it is on this note that I want to end my discussion, hoping that if there's 1, 2 questions or comments we can take, so that I'll go home with the full belief that we have interacted with ourselves. And looking forward again to an opportunity, anywhere, anytime, madam, anywhere, anytime, at no cost at all, that you have deemed me worthy of participation in your program. Please don't hesitate to invite me. All I always need is an advance notice. And I promise you, I will come with ideas that will add value to our teeming youths in the country. So, I understand there is no time for that, but for questions and whatever comments and observation, I will leave my contact with the secretariat and email address so that if there is anything, we can interact with each other. Thank you very much. May Allah bless you abundantly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. A round of applause again for him for the wonderful and insightful speech he had just given us. God bless you, sir. Fortunately, you know the main reason why he did forgive me wasn't because of the two reasons he gave, to be honest with you. It's because he did his postgraduate program at the Nigerian Defense Academy, Kaduna. Fortunately, he somehow had to, I don't know how he got to know, that I also did my leadership program at Nigerian Defense Academy. So that bond, that family, that connected, and then, of course, practically, he just had no reason, of course, than to yield and then recognize the fact that we are one. So thank you very much, sir. And thank you for your kind hearts and your forgiveness, sir. God bless you. Now, we want to go to the next section. But before we do that, yesterday we told you about the importance of our social media handles. And this morning, our executive director once again emphasized on the need also for you to share widely the content of what you are doing here in terms of like what the Honorable just took us through now, the content of what he just took us through, the principles and the values, and then the types of leadership, the leadership styles, and all those things he discussed with us. These are the things we're expecting that you should, of course, share the pictures that you're taking with friends, and then also share some of such content on your social media handles. And when we say social media handles, please, this is very important. We don't mean your WhatsApp page that has to do with Niger, no. If you turn the back of, if you look at the screen, you will see our social media handles. Then if you turn the back of any of all the materials we gave to you, like this one I'm holding now, is still there. After our website, after joining us, you see our website. After our website, you see our Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, handles. So what we're expecting is that, like the picture I took to one handsome guy yesterday, yes, it was you, right? We're trying to compose a message that says, at Lead Generation Initiative, or just something around how you can construct youth engagements that can bring about the kind of change we want in our society. Then you share, such on your WhatsApp, on your Twitter, your Facebook, your Instagram. The WhatsApp is just a community where you are in a small group. But of course, when you share anything on other wider social media handles like Facebook, your Instagram, and Twitter, it has a wider reach. And as I told you yesterday, this change we are trying to cause and effect in this country, it cannot happen by just few persons alone. We need as many persons as possible to ensure that we are all glued on this as a community, as people that have like minds that share common values. That is the only way to which, if you are doing something in Niger State, I can be doing the same thing in Ebonyi. Someone else can be doing the same thing in Sokoto, and we can achieve common results. And it comes through the power of social media. And we were taught about that yesterday also, during the 21st century communication skills and all that. So please, let's do it. It's very important that we do it. As we are going for break this afternoon, if I don't see your Twitter, your Facebook, and your Instagram post, I'll not allow you to pass through that place. So you stay here till tomorrow with me. Thank you very much. It's on this note that I want to invite the representative or the resource person from Jobaman, a friend of mine, my brother. I just discovered this morning that my first wife is from his state. Please, I only have 2 official wives. As you can see, I'm a very responsible person, and my responsibility goes in all aspects of my life, and that's why we're training you here. It's not just about political leadership. Leadership in everything you are doing. Your family life, because leadership starts from your home. How you're able to build, a family, your kids, and all that. Your compound, and of course, our chairman board of trustees was trying to, emphasize on that yesterday. Your compound, your ward, your church, or your mosque. So, as a responsible fellow, I just discovered that my first wife is from his state. So, I, of course, have to say that he's my brother, as my brother-in-law. His name is Prince Iheme Gulam, and he is the Senior Youth Engagement Associate of Jobaman. He's going to be taking out a session on enterprise and job skills. So, for some of us who are already engaged, we have our enterprises, we have something we're doing, or who aspire to have an enterprise, you need a skill to either engage your employee, or if you want to be employed as an employee or a prospective employee now, you need a skill that is going to help you when you are going for interviews or employment interviews. You also need a skill that will help you to set up your business, scale the business, sustain the business, make profit from the business, and sustain the business, to the level where it's going to create jobs and make impact in your community. To do this, once again, I have the privilege of inviting Mr. Prince Ihemegbulam to take the session. Let's clap for him as we have him to the stage. Thank you very much. Keep clapping for him. Keep clapping for him, please. This is not clapping. LGI standard of clapping, the lead generation initiative, we have our standard of clapping. That is what we use here. And you must at all times use that standard of clapping when you're clapping for someone, particularly resource person, our guest, and of course, anyone will give this microphone here. Mr. Prince, thank you very much, sir. God bless you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. All right. I want to be sure you are not cold. Are you cold? Are you cold? Okay. Yeah, so I need to always be in a vibrant environment where we are all young people, aren't we? So I want us to have this conversation. What I'm going to take you through on is something that is very important, regardless of who you are, whether you are a business owner or you want to start a business, or you are a job seeker, you are an employee, you are a professional, whatever it is that you do. What we are going to be discussing is very important. So I'm going to be talking you through on relevant skills that will help you to thrive in your workplace, help you to get a job, or help you to be successful in whatever it is that you are doing. So by the time I go through it, you understand how these skill sets speak to or will help you to become better at what you are doing. Like Stanley mentioned, my name is Prince. I work with Jobberman as a senior youth engagement associate, and what I do is to engage young people, right? By young people, I mean essentially everyone who is here, and provide value, right? Like I'm going to do through the session I have today. So I'll be talking you through skilling. What essentially is skilling, and by skilling, we are going to look at the personal effectiveness and time management, emotional intelligence, effective communication, employability workshop, and of course, critical thinking. Now, when you look at all the skill set that I've mentioned to you, you see how relevant they are. Okay, is it working? All right, so let's look at the first thing here, which is upskilling. Upskilling is one of the most important activity any and everyone should be interested in. The activity you have been doing here is part of upskilling. You want to gain insight on leadership because you want to be a great leader tomorrow, or you want to be better at what you are doing, right? If you are already a leader, you need the skills to be able to lead the people, to be able to guide them to deliver excellent results. So upskilling is that activity that you do that will help you to gain more knowledge in whatever it is that you have chosen to do. Everybody and anybody at every point in time requires upskilling, right? All the knowledge you have yesterday cannot help you to achieve success tomorrow. You need to always update yourself. So the more you update yourself with new knowledge, with new insights, you are basically upskilling yourself, right? And the essence of upskilling is so that you are relevant today, because all the things that you have done yesterday will not only be the ones that you will be remembered for. You always will have something that you do every time. And the only way you can do that, the only way you can always deliver value every day is when you already have the skills, you have the solutions that can solve the problem of today. not the problem of yesterday. So upskilling helps you to get more insight, to get more knowledge, right? So that it becomes easy for you to be relevant. So I want us to do a small exercise, like a small testing, right? That will help you to more or less be up to speed with what the skill sets that I want to introduce. Can you type the link here and take the assessment? Are you all connected to internet? Do you have access to internet? Yeah, please, can we do that for a few seconds, for a few minutes? So the essence of the testing is I want you to see I want to test your knowledge, your existing knowledge of the skill set that I'm about to take you through on, which is personal effectiveness and time management, emotional intelligence, employability workshop, critical thinking, problem solving, idea generation. All of these skill sets I'm going to briefly, run you through. But I want to understand how your skills, and the questions you are going to ask me essentially will also be based on what I'm going to take you through on. But it's very important to understand how your foundational knowledge of this skill set that I'm about to take you through on. Are you able to log in? Is it taking time? Who has been able to log in? Okay. Are you going through it? So it's going to take you like a few minutes to do all of that. But if you're all logged in, I can move on to the next and just so to manage the time I have. Have you all typed the link? Please, can you take it one more? Okay. Please, just type the link while I go ahead. Please confirm if you have all typed the link so I can move to the next. Have you all typed the link? Can you do that quickly, please, so that I can move to the next thing, which is personal effectiveness and time management. But if the person beside you already has a link, you can get it from your neighbor so that we can move on to the next section. All right, so let's move on to the first thing I'm going to be discussing, which is personal effectiveness and time management, right? And I'm sure you are already familiar with these two terms, personal effectiveness and time management. So the question will be, what is personal effectiveness? Next slide. So, personal effectiveness, if you take the word personal, that is referring to you as a person, right? And you merge it with effectiveness. What personal effectiveness looks at is the effectiveness, how effective you are as a person. And so what determines how effective you are as a person is for you to be able to deliver the right result at every point in time, right? So if we are looking at an event like this, if this event is termed to be effective, it's effective because it has impact on every one of you here, right? So if you are doing anything, there's always a goal for that. There's always an objective behind everything that you are doing. So your being personally effective means at the end of the day, you are able to deliver the desired result or the desired goal that we have. So see the definition we have here, being able to make positive impact. You can't, if you are not personally effective, there is no way you will be able to make an impact. There's no way you're able to achieve the desired goal or the desired result at every point in time. So the question would now be, how will you be personally effective? The first question, or the first thing you have to acknowledge, or the first thing you need to do first, before you even understand that you are personally effective, or if you are not personally effective, you need to work on it, is what? Self-awareness, which takes us to the next slide. Now, self-awareness, like I'm sure you are familiar with this term called man, know thyself, or if I remove the word man, like the quote is for you to always know who you are. Now, self-awareness is for you to do what? Understand who you are, identify yourself. Now, it's not just by saying my name is Prince, By understanding who am I know about my weaknesses, I know about my strength, right? I'm not just someone who can tell the things that I can do very well. And if I understand my strength, what do? I can channel my strength where it is very helpful. If I'm the type that if I understand that I'm very good with, I have business savviness. I am the type that I can do business very well. It means that I am qualified to run an enterprise. I can go into business, right? If it means if I'm very good with finances, I'm very good with budgeting, it means that I can do well in business. Isn't that correct? You're not responding. Isn't that correct? So then if I discover that part of my weakness is that I am not detailed at doing things, what do I need to do? I need to improve on that. Now, part of you trying to understand who you are, right, or having that self-awareness is that you also need to get feedback from other people. People around you, you also need to hear from them what they think about you. Although this can create a situation whereby you either lose your self-esteem. If people around you are saying things that do not encourage you, there's a possibility that you may not be self-confident. However, the goal is for you to look for honest people around you, usually family members or close friends who can tell you exactly the things that you do very well or the things that you need to improve on. Because most times we only think that, oh, these are the things that I can do very well. However, we actually are not good at things like that, right? So if you are a self-acclaimed, I don't know if you've heard this term before, when you are being known as a self-acclaimed, let's say you are a self-acclaimed public speaker, you think that you can speak very well in public. However, people around you think you can't speak. So if you have the understanding that you can actually speak well in public, what do? You need to work on yourself. Isn't that correct? So you need feedback from people who are within your circle, your close ties, your family members, your honest friends. When they give you that will help you to cover up the blind spot, the things that you don't know about yourself, so that you can get better and improve yourself. And when you are better, when you already know your strengths and you identify your weaknesses, and through your weaknesses you work on them, it takes you down to being what? Personally effective. Does that make any sense? Does that make any sense? You are not responding. Do you understand? So it's very important that self-awareness will help you to go back to being personally effective, right? So from self-awareness, we are moving on to another term too that is also important for personal effectiveness, which is what? Self-confidence. Self-confidence is very important, right? In this part of our world, people can mistake it for being boastful. The people can say, oh, that you seem to be like someone who is has so much pride. You have so much pride in you. However, don't mistake self-confidence for pride. And I will tell you what, without self-confidence, there is no way you can achieve success. Because you need to always be self-confident anywhere you go to. Most times, people lose jobs not because they are not efficient, or they are effective, or they are good at what they are doing, but because they have not come to that level where they can defend what they do. If a colleague of yours who is so loud, right, says something, are you confident enough to, even if you have a better idea, to say that, or do you want to shrink and not speak out? You have a lot of young people who are like that, who will not share their opinion, who will not share their own idea, even if it's valuable, because they are not sure that it will be accepted. They feel shy that, oh, people are going to probably laugh at them and all that. So you need self-confidence. You need self-confidence to be able to do what? To thrive. So that self-confidence will help you to say your opinion wherever it is. When you have that self-confidence, you can make any decision on your own. It's always good to seek feedback from other people when you want to do something, but there are times for people who are not self-confident, they always seek people's opinion before they do anything. And that can stop you from being personal effectiveness. Imagine you share it with someone who doesn't have the right information. The person can derail you. The person can discourage you. So you need self-confidence. You need self-confidence. And just like you need self-confidence, you also need to avoid overconfidence, because some of us, we are being overconfident. We think that all that we have is enough, or enough skills is just for a student or someone who goes for a test without preparation. Because you think you already know, like you have the exact knowledge, you have all it takes to be able to write and pass successfully without preparing, right? So that gap between self-confidence and overconfidence is something you need to close. You need to be always at the spot where you are self-confident, and not, but you don't need to move a step down where you have low self-confidence. You should always be in the middle where there is self-confidence, where you understand, you know yourself, you know your strengths and you know your weaknesses, and you know that you can use your strength to achieve great things, and you need to work on your weaknesses, right? But if you don't identify your weaknesses, you definitely be on overconfidence side of things. So you think you are the perfect, you are always right, you have the necessary skills to achieve great things without working on yourself. So self-confidence is very, very important. Not low self-confidence or overconfidence. So be mindful when people tell you that, oh, you are too proud, you seem pompous, like your shoulders are always high. Don't let that, if it's actually self-confidence, don't let that push you to low self-confidence, because that is really bad. You have to always be self-confident at every point in time, because if you are self-confident, right, you have self-awareness, then you can be personally effective. Whatever it is that you are doing, you will be able to achieve the desired result. Let's move to the next slide, please. So, for all these things that I've said, no matter how the sort of self-awareness you have, self-confidence you have, if you are not able to manage your time, you cannot be personally effective, right? There are a lot of colleagues, I've met a lot of persons who are really good at what they are doing, but the major problem is how to manage their time. So either they deliver so late that it becomes a problem for the manager, or they deliver so fast that they lose out on quality, right? Being able to manage your time, you have, just like every other person, 24 hours, right? So how do you ensure that these 24 hours count? That is what we are going to look at. Time management is very important. In simple terms, time management simply means for you to know when to do things. For you to do things, the things that are urgent, you do it urgently. The things that are urgent and important, you do it immediately. The things that are not, there are some things that are urgent, but they are not important. So you are meant to do what? You are not meant to do it at that point in time. I'll give you an instance. There are a lot of things that you could have done at this point in time. However, you feel this is urgent and this is important. That's why you are here. So at every point in time, there will always be conflicting activity, right? As you are sitting down here, it's possible that you are either with a friend, or you are either somewhere, maybe doing in one activity. It doesn't mean that activity is not important. But when you look at your scale of preference, you see that what you are doing now is more important than that. So it becomes easy for you to say, okay, I'm going to do this XYZ thing first before I go to do this thing, because I've realized that this is where these things are more important and they are urgent than the other things. So you have to do those things, because you remember the time people always say, you are busy doing nothing. It's not that you are not busy. You are doing a lot of things, but what you are doing, there are things that you are not meant to do at the moment. So it's very important for you to know how to manage your time. It's a conscious control. It's a conscious thing to do. Next slide, please. So, like I mentioned, there are things that will help you to manage your time. Let's look at these 4 terms. Do, delegate, delay, and delete. Now, the things that are urgent and they are important, what do? You do it now. Right? These are the things that you have to do immediately. But the things that are urgent, but they are not important, what do? You delegate it to someone else to do it. You must not be the one to do it. Let's just imagine that even at home, that there could have been an errand that you need to run. The errands may be urgent, but they may not be important. So what do? You can't give it to any other person to do it. You must not be the one to do it. Now, there are things that are they are not urgent, but they are important. What do? You delay it. Let's say that you have an activity for 5 that you can do by 5 p.m. There's no point doing it now when it can still wait till 5 p.m. Does that make any sense? Do you understand the scenario I'm trying to create here? So you have to do what? You push that thing that is important, but it's not urgent. You can push it to 5 p.m. There won't be any problem. For instance, I'm flying back to Lagos tomorrow morning. It's important, but it's not urgent. So I must not do it today. I can do it tomorrow. And there won't be any problem. Do you understand? But what I'm doing now is what? It's urgent and it's important. That's why I am here. There are other things that I need to do that they are urgent, but they are not important for me. So I have other team members doing that thing. So it's what? Delegate. So you see the essence of having the 3: do, delegate, delete. Then the last one is delete. Things that are neither important nor urgent. You don't have any business doing them. So if you look at your activities and you are able to put in all these activities, we did these 4 you will know that you will be able to manage your time very well. Imagine you remove all of the things that are neither urgent nor important. You will have more time to do the things that are urgent and important. So time management is very important, and you can only manage your time very well if you prioritize your activities. Place the ones that are important before the ones that are not important. Is that clear? So with that, if you're able to manage your time very well, you have self-confidence, you have self-awareness, you will be personally effective. Another skill set that is very important is effective communication. Just imagine that, does anyone speak German here? Does anyone understand German in this place? So imagine that no matter how important what I'm saying to you, if I'm speaking German to you, will you understand what I'm saying? Will you understand? You are keeping quiet as if you understand. Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay, fine. So it means what? I am not communicating to you. So for communication to be effective, the speaker has to pass the information to the receiver, right? To the audience, in this case now, successfully. So effective communication happens when the message that is delivered from the speaker gets to the audience, gets to the receiver successfully. So effective communication is very important, and I tell you why. Because there's a lot of times why we have issues is not because we actually want to have, let's say, quarrel with the person that we have quarrel with. It's because we are not saying what we are supposed to say. We are not saying what we are supposed to say very well. So we are saying one thing and the person understands another thing. Does that make any sense? There are a lot of times that people say some things that would have been, if they had said it in a different way, it would have made a lot of. There was a time on social media, that was last 2 years, when a particular, after an interview, either before and after an interview, the job seeker who has come for the interview told the HR person, the recruiter, that she smells nice. I don't know if any of you are aware of that situation. It caused a lot of problems. And why it was a problem was because it was a compliment, right? But at that point in time, that compliment was out of place. It was not necessary. If had it been their friends and the environment is a casual environment, and he says, "Oh, you smell nice," it wouldn't have been a problem. But for an interview environment, it's actually a problem. It was a problem. Do you see that? So effective communication is very, very important. And just like effective communication is important, so also in giving people feedback. Right? Next slide. Okay, let's go back. No, go back, yeah. Bias to communications. I've already mentioned one of them, which is semantics. If I'm speaking to you in a different language, you definitely not understand. No matter how important what I'm saying is, it will not be effectively communicated to you. So also noise. If this place is noisy and I'm talking to you, you will also not get the message I'm trying to pass on to you. If you are thinking of something, that's the psychological barrier. If you have a problem at the back, like something that is so bothering you, as I'm talking to you, you'll be thinking of that thing. My communication will not be effective. Now, it's not my fault, but at that point in time, it's definitely the fault of the receiver. Do you understand? So these are three things that, these are three barriers of communication. Like there are so many of them, but these three are the notable ones. Physical barrier, which has to do with noise, distractions. We have psychological barriers, which has to do with your emotion at that point in time. And of course, semantics, generally on the meaning or the context of what is being said to you. I remember going for one conference and the speaker had, because they said he can speak 15 languages. So he wanted to demonstrate to us at the conference that he can actually speak 15 languages. So during the conference, he moved from one language to another. Till today, I can't remember what he said, because all the languages, it was only English that I could understand. The rest of the language he used, German, Russian, and all of that, I don't understand it. So whatever he said that day did not make any sense to me, because I couldn't even pick what he said. So it's very important to understand that the language being used to communicate is the language that the speaker understands. So if you are not using that, it will be a problem. Let's move to the next slide. So when you are delivering feedback, next slide, please. Yes. So when you are delivering feedback to someone, you can say you can remove feedback to you can replace it with anything. Let's just say someone asks you for a suggestion, or asks you for what do you think about what I just did now? What are you going to say? See, the best thing is not for you to move straight, because sometimes we want to express how we feel and we offend other people, right? So you go straight to tell the person, oh, what you did is not, this lecture that you delivered, it was a total, you could have done something better than this. I mean, you could have done something. If you had prepared very well, you could have done something better than you did. Let's just imagine that the person could have done better. The way you communicate that is not, the person will not accept it. I assure you that person will be defensive or may not come back to you to ask for your feedback or to ask for your opinion. Let's just imagine that you start with praise, like, oh, when you were speaking, I mean, a lot of people were engaged. I could even see some of the members in the audience nodding their head to say that, oh, what you were saying was making sense. However, then you bring in what could have been done better. However, if you had, added one or two things that related to this XYZ topic, it would have helped the audience the more. But altogether, it was a good presentation. Have you seen how I moved from praise, criticism, and praise? You know how the sandwich is. You have the dough, then in between the dough, you have a lot of other things that you can add in the middle, then you have the dough again. So that's how feedback, when people ask you for opinion, that's the structure it should take. You praise it, then you give your criticism, then you come up with another praise. That's how, if you pass the information that way, the person is going to the chances of the person accepting it is a lot more higher. And when you just come straight to say, oh, what you did was horrible. What you did was excellent, like it was excellently bad. Excellently bad, if there's anything like that, right? So it's always good to follow the sandwich model when you are giving a feedback or sharing your opinion. That way you can communicate. So, like I mentioned, if there is no effective communication, if the receiver does not understand that message, there is no effective communication. Let's move on to the next skills. Next slide, please. All right, so now we have looked at effective communications. Another thing that is very, very important, and I'm sure every one of you must have heard of this before now, is emotional intelligence and teamwork, right? If you are not emotionally intelligent, it will be very difficult for you to succeed now. because there is no way on earth that you wouldn't have a lot of people who have, the sort of emotions that you need to manage. Imagine that you are in a team and your team members, you have someone who is hot-tempered. What is going to happen? Is it that anytime the person is angry, you too, you are angry, and both of you are shouting at the top of your voices? What are you going to do? You should be able to learn how to do what? To manage that to the point that the person changes for better, right? But for you to do that, you need to be emotionally intelligent. What does it mean to be emotionally intelligent? You need to manage your own emotions first, your feelings. Do you always have to show your feelings? You always have to demonstrate how you feel at every point in time. If you feel so annoyed about something, do you need to start shouting at the top of your voices because you are angry at that point in time? Or would you keep quiet and talk at the time when you are calmer and you are able to communicate to the person without hurting them? So emotional intelligence helps you to manage your feelings, helps you to manage your own emotions. Then the second part of it is that it helps you to manage the emotions of other people, right? How do they feel? Now, if, for instance, at the morning where you walk into an office or even at home, just imagine that your sibling is wearing a look that doesn't look pleasant, or the person, obviously the person is unhappy, and the person has done something that you want to give feedback on. What do? Do you tell the person that at the moment, or do you want to find out, what is wrong with you? Why are you carrying a long face? Are you sad? Is something wrong? Do you want to do that first? Or you see the person who is sad and you walk up to the person and say, what you did yesterday is very bad. You should have done something better and all of that. Or do you want to first of all, understand that the person is probably going through pain or going through something? Yes, the person must have done something wrong, but being emotionally intelligent helps you to understand at that point in time, that might not be the best time. It's actually not the best time to communicate to that person like that. So when you see people tell you that you are not sensitive, what they are trying to tell you is that you're not being emotionally intelligent around them. So it's very important for you to be emotionally intelligent. If you're emotionally intelligent, you will deal with people very well. Even customers care professionals, right, need to also go through this training, because there are times that a customer will call, and the moment you say hello, the customer is ranting because of how angry. Do you, as a customer professional, start your own? How much did you even buy the product, like some persons have even done in the past, and start yelling back at the customer? Of course, you lose that customer or even lose your job. So it's very important to manage your own emotions and the emotions of other people. Next slide, please. Now, I already mentioned teamwork slightly. Imagine that you are not emotionally intelligent. You can't be a good team member, right? Because for you to be a good team member, next slide, please, you need to work together with the people in your team, regardless of how they are. So you have to manage the person who is hot-tempered, the person who is slow-tempered, the person who delays work, the person who is fast at delivering work. So together, you are able to work as a team. What does a team stand for? There's this acronym that for defining a team, which is together everyone achieves more. Together everyone achieves more. If you work in silos, that is working alone, there's a limit to how much you can achieve. But if you work together, for instance, this event, I'm sure you can identify the team, right? The people that put this together, they work together for this kind of event to be this successful. There is no way they wouldn't have been a team, a good one at that. So teamwork is something that is very important, and everybody wants to work in a team. Everybody wants to work with a team player. Same with football. If in football the ball gets to you, you don't look left or right. You just go straight to the goal to score. Even when they are trying to get your attention to pass the ball, you are going straight to the. Of course, you cause problem for that team, and eventually the team may not even win. Same happens in relay race, right? Where someone gets the baton and hand the baton over to you. You need to hand the baton to the other person. in a situation whereby the baton gets to you and you throw the baton away or you don't give it to the next person, what happens? The chain is broken. So teamwork is very important because, like I said, everybody needs to work together to be able to deliver results. So, and it takes us back to emotional intelligence. You need to be emotionally intelligent before you can work in a team and deliver good results. Next slide, please. Yeah, like I mentioned, together everyone achieves more. There are some, if you have always been that type that you work on your own, you don't want other people to work with you, it's something you need to learn. It's something you need to let go. You need to come to that point whereby you are able to work with other people to achieve more, right? It's not that if you work on your own that you will not achieve anything. But if you want to achieve more, you want to move from the point where you're achieving hundreds to achieving, let's say, 10,000 or even 1 million, you need to work together with people. So teamwork is very, 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 very helpful, regardless of who you are, right? So, like I mentioned, emotional intelligence, you need it to thrive today. You also need teamwork, but you need emotional intelligence before you can even be a better team player. Do you all agree with me? Do you agree with me? Do you agree with me? Okay, all right. Please, next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, so, yeah, this is the second to the last skill I'm going to talk about, which is employability skills. So, this part, I know for some of you who are not interested in looking for a job, I'm sure, but just listen. You can listen. You don't know, it may even be helpful to other people, right? If you are all leaders, it means that you need a lot of information to be able to step it down to the next person. Next slide, please. So for employability workshop, we are going to talk about CV writing. Now, let me also let you know that everybody needs a CV. Whether you are a business person, you are a politician, you are a job seeker, you are a professional, you need a CV. Right? Because what a CV does, a CV is a document that has all the information about you, your educational background, your work experience, all that you have done. If you are a business person, all that your business has done, right? Your successes, your achievements. Then the skills that you have. So this document called a CV is something that everybody needs to have a good CV. If you don't have a good CV, it's going to be very, very, very difficult for you to thrive in certain environment because there are cases where you may not, it won't be you that, let's say you want to apply for a job, you know you are not going to be the one to go to the company. Your CV will have to do what? Go first. So it's a marketing tool and you need to pay attention to certain areas of your CV. Can we move to the next slide? All right. So for your CV, you need what? Your skills and your work experiences to be clearly stated in that document. What have you done? What are you competent at doing? You need to have that on your CV. Another thing you also need to have on your CV is your academic background. And trust me, even as a business person, there are some kind of contract that you cannot get if you don't have a CV, because the investor or your clients want to see what you have done, to even see the kind of qualification you have. Do you have the right qualification to be able to deliver? So it's very important that you have a CV that includes your academic backgrounds, your professional qualification, professional certification, affiliation. You remember when Stanley was introducing the honorable member, you remember all that he said. He couldn't have had all those information if there isn't a CV that documents his professional life. So a CV sort of documents your professional life or your business life or your entrepreneurial life as you may have it. So it's an important document. If you have researches that you have done for people who are in academics or people who are in development space, you would have done a lot of research. That also should be on your CV. And last but not the least, your interest and your achievement. Now, for achievement, you are looking at the impact that if a CV is going to be written for the organizers of this program, one of the achievements would definitely be this program, which was able to engage and impart value to over 125 youth from Niger State. That's an achievement, right? So the project that you've done, even as an organization, all the clients' project that you have done needs to be on your CV as part of your achievement. And of course, your interest. However, your interest should be related to your business. If you're a business person, it should be related to your chosen field of career, right? So personally, my interest always revolves around youth development, youth capacity building, right? Human resources management. All of these things had to do with my chosen field of my career. It has a lot to do with that. So your interest should not be way different from because your interest should have something. What you have interest in would definitely be something within your environment. Does that make any sense? Yeah, so you need to have both your interest and your achievement on your CV. Next slide, please. So another document that you need, which is called the cover letter, right? Next slide. So for cover letters, you can use it to apply for a job. You can use it to, it can serve like a proposal, a one-page proposal if you are writing, if you are going for a contract as a business person, right? So this one-page letter does a lot of magic. It does a lot of magic. So you have to be careful when you are writing it. Your first paragraph, of course, you have to write in 2 or 3 sentences, strong paragraph, like a paragraph that clearly introduces you, that if anybody reads it, they will be interested in seeing you. They want to see you, right? So imagine sending a letter to a company that has never met, they don't know you, they've not met you before. Your introduction has to be very powerful. It has to be engaging. They need to read it and say, oh, I would like to meet this person. So that's what you have to do in your first paragraph. The next paragraph is when you talk about your knowledge, your skills, and your experience. What experience, what skills, what knowledge do you have? If it's a job, what knowledge, what skills do you have to be able to deliver on that job? Then the third paragraph, you are talking about other achievements that you have. What achievement do you have? So you are going to use this. There's no perfect way of writing a cover letter, but the most important thing is that you ensure that you have at least or at most 4 paragraphs that clearly, sells you, as markets who you are to the person that you are sending the letter to. So a cover letter is very important. You need it for jobs. You need it when you are going for a contract, or you are going for anything. You need a cover letter. Most organizations call it covering letter or introductory letter. It's something that will introduce you to that person. So it's very, very important that you write it perfectly well. There is no perfect way of writing it, like I said. You can write it in your own way, but ensure that you are able to sell yourself very well in that 4-paragraph letter. It has to be a page, not more than a page. And I see you are copying it. I'm sure this slide will also be sent to you. Can we move on to the next slide? All right. Next slide. Yeah, so let's look at job search strategies. How do you look for a job? What are the things that you need? Or what are the steps that you need for you if you want to look for a job? First of all is that you need to have a goal. You need to have a career goal. What do you want for yourself? What's your career? What kind of career do you want? Do you want to be let's say, a political scientist? You want to be a lawyer? You want to be let's say, a technology lawyer? You want to be a software developer? You want to be a sales professional? Whatever it is that you have, you need to first identify that first. Then the next thing is the industry. What kind of industry do you want? What kind of desired role do you have? Do you want also? The type of organization you need to. So you need to know all of these things before you can apply, before you start looking for a job. If you don't have this information, there is no way you can apply for a job successfully. Because it means that you'll be applying for jobs but you'll not be getting called. Because you are probably applying for jobs in industries or in a company that you are not supposed to apply for a job. So it's very, very important that you take note of all of these things when you are applying for a job. It's very, very important. Let's move on to the next slide. Now, let's talk about interview preparations, right? Next slide, please. So for interviews, I'm sure most of you here have attended one interview or another. The most important thing for you to know is that you have to prepare very well, right? Like I mentioned, don't be overconfident that you have the skills, you have the knowledge to do the job. You need to also prepare for the questions they are going to ask you. You need to know about the organization. You need to understand the job very well. So that when you go for interview, they are asking you questions, you already know the answers. You have done your work very well. I know sometimes people go for interviews, they don't even know anything about the company, and they're asking them questions about the company, and they cannot even say anything. So interview preparation is very important. You need to do a thorough research. Find out about the company. You need to understand the road. You need to understand the industry too as well. So when they're asking you questions, you have an answer. You know, I would imagine the same thing for for people who also contest for election. When you are presenting your manifesto, they are going to ask you questions. It's more like a sort of an interview. So you are preparing very well before you go for such kind of an event. So also an interview, you have to be prepared. You have to be prepared. If you have the right information, no matter how knowledgeable you think you are, if you are not prepared, it will show at the interview, and definitely you will not be able to pass. So it's very important for you to prepare very well for an interview before you go for it. Let's talk about the last thing, which is salary negotiation. Go to the next slide, please. Right, so for jobs, I know most times job seekers always have issues with how do you negotiate your salary. If you go for an interview and they ask you, how much do you want to be paid? What will you say? You cannot have a good answer if you are not self-confident. Because imagine that you have low self-confidence and they ask you, how much do you want to pay? This is like someone giving you an open check. Most times, job seekers will say something lower than the company wanted to pay them. Let's say the company wants to pay you 200,000 and you say, I want to be paid 80,000. Because one, you are not even probably self-confident. You've not done your research very well. So before you go for interview, you need to do what? You need to have that self-confidence. You need to do your research. How much are they paying people for that role in other organizations? You need to find out. When you find that out and you go for the interview, they're asking you how much you want to be paid. You are going to say something. It's just like bargaining. If, for instance, you don't know that the cost of an apple is 150, you can buy an apple 1,000 naira. Isn't that correct? You can buy it 1,000 naira. But if you know that they sell an apple 150 naira, for instance, if you meet a seller that says this apple is 300 naira, you can now remind it, is it not 150 that they sell apple again? So that's how it comes to negotiation. You can only negotiate if you have enough information. If you know what is being offered at the market as a price. If you know how much they are paying people for that particular position, when they ask you for salary, when they ask you how much you want to be paid, you can say something that will be within what the company wants to pay you. So, but if you don't know, you'll be on the same job, they are paying you 80,000. You can have someone else who is in that same company that they are paying 200,000, and you can have another person in that same company that they are even paying 300,000. But it depends on the person who has enough information, who has done research very well. So it's very important. So there are some sellers that when they look at you, they know that you probably don't know how much they are selling this thing. Whether it's right or wrong, that's not what I'm here to talk about. But the issue is that if you don't know what they are selling in the market, you can buy an apple, like I said, 1,000. You can buy an apple 500 when you could have bought it for 100 naira, which is the market value for it. So it's very, very important. You cannot negotiate when you don't know what the market value is. You cannot. So it's very, very important that you do your research. This is applicable to job seekers, to business persons, to individuals, to human beings as well. How do you feel when you buy a shoe, let's say 1,000, and your friend, okay, let's say 5,000, and your friend comes, the same shoe, the same quality, 2,000. You will feel that, there's something like, how could I be this stupid? How could I be this? Like, how did I get to this? Is it that I don't know how to negotiate or what? But because you don't know. So your friend that has better information, when they say 5,000, say, no, is it not 1.8 that, is it not 1.5 that they sell this? Before you know it, your friend buys it at 2,000. They will tell you, you go there, they will even tell you 7,000. And you say, oh, can I buy it for 4,500? Even what is twice the amount that your friend had even bought it. At the end of the day, you end up buying it 5,000. You are happy that you made you made some gain, not knowing that you are the one that lost. So negotiation is very important. It's very important, and the only person that can negotiate is the person with enough information. Please, next slide. Next slide, please. So this is going to be the last skills that we are going to talk about, which is critical thinking and problem solving. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, so I'm sure that we know that there are so many problems everywhere. There's always a problem to solve. So the question is, how do you solve a problem? Right? The art of even starting to initiate how to solve a problem will take you to critical thinking, where you are trying to do some research, you are trying to observe the situation, you want to find out what exactly is happening here. All of the steps that you are going to take, you are not just rushing straight to solve the problem. You want to think first. You want to observe. You want to find out what is happening. The more you do all of these things, you are ideating, you are thinking. That process of going through, that process that is going through your mind in finding a solution to a problem or to understand how something is what is called critical thinking. You are not just thinking, oh, let me just go ahead and do this thing. Right? You want to sit and observe what exactly is this problem here. What's this situation? You ask some people questions, you observe. How is this? What does this look like? The moment you are doing that, you are getting close to the problem. And that's what defines the person who applies critical thinking to solving a problem and the person who just goes straight to solving a problem without thinking. And when you come back, they will ask you, you should have. So that you should have is that there are things that you ought to have done before coming to solve a problem. I'll give there's this example. When I served in Kogi State, there was a particular example that we used when we want to discuss problem solving about a community that an NGO had arrived in the community, and they saw that people walk, when they go to the stream, they spend close to 4 or 5 hours before they come back. And they asked, why do they have to do that? They discovered that where the stream is quite far from where people live. So they assume that what is the problem is the distance. So if people have water within their community, they will not spend so much time, going to that. And what did? They did borehole without asking the community whether they needed a borehole or not. They did a borehole. The community used it for 2 weeks, and after 2 weeks, they went back to going to the stream. And it was a surprise. Like, what happened here? How come we are back to this supposed problem? But they did not know that what was actually the problem was because the community had more of huts, single huts. So everybody stays in that hut. So the only time to get away with staying in the hut is by going to the stream. So the problem was because they have single huts, not because the stream was. I don't know if you understand the differences here. If the problem was actually going to the stream, the borehole would have solved the problem. But because that was not the problem was because they had smaller huts where everybody had to be clogged in. So going to the stream is a way of escaping that hut. So critical thinking is very, very important if you are going to solve any problem. If you don't do critical thinking, you cannot solve that problem. You need to ask a lot of questions. You need to be observational. You need to observe what is happening. Ask people questions before you can get to the point of solving problem. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, no, go back again. So, these are the things you need before you can apply critical thinking. You need to what? You need to be observational. You need to observe the situation very well. You need to be curious. When you are curious, you do what? You ask questions. You can't just jump into solving the problem. You have to ask a lot of questions. And when you are doing that, you move on to what? You move on to, I can barely see this. You move on to ask a lot. You try to find out what exactly is happening. Like that NGO, if they had observed and said, okay, fine, people are actually living in hot, and you ask the community, why do you go all the way to a stream that is 4 hours from? If they had got the right information, they wouldn't have bothered themselves building a borehole. What they would have built would have been first, they would have probably built houses for them before thinking about building a borehole for them. Do you see that? So it's very, very important, and you have to be analytical too as well. You need to look at the situation very well to and analyze what exactly is happening here before you can solve a problem. And that takes us to the next thing, which is what? Problem solving. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. So you have to, I have to say it again, you have to first master the art of critical thinking before you engage in any problem, right? And because if you don't do critical thinking very well, you can't even identify what the problem is. Because most of the times we don't know what the problem is. If you don't identify the problem, you cannot solve the problem. Because you end up solving something that is not even a problem. There are some persons that you help by giving them, let's say you give them money or something, and they tell you, did I tell you that this is my problem? Most of the time they are right. They probably don't need that money. Or you tell them, oh, I need, you give them food and they tell you, did I tell you that food is my problem? So the first thing is for you, before you can problem solve, is to understand identify the problem. If you identify the problem, you understand the problem, then you can now think out the solution to that problem. But if you haven't done these steps of understanding what the problem is, there is no way you can solve the problem. If I know that the problem is that, oh, I'm speaking and you cannot hear me because my voice is low, what do? I speak up. Or I'm speaking to you and I don't know that why you don't understand me, or what is because I'm maybe using a different language. If I come into this place and I'm speaking German to you, and let's say everybody's moving about and nobody's paying attention to me, and I assume that, okay, maybe because you are not interested in what I'm saying, that is the reason why you are not paying attention. Not knowing that the reason why you are not paying attention is because you don't understand the language. So identifying the problem is the first step to solving the problem. So you always should make attempt to understand the problem, and you cannot understand the problem or identify it if you don't apply critical thinking. Next slide. So if you are going to solve a problem, you need to do what? Identify the problem, then you generate an idea that can solve the problem. From all of that idea that you have, you do what? Select the best idea that can directly solve that problem. And when you have selected the idea, what do? You implement the idea. When you implement the idea, you have solved the problem. These are various stages that you need to take to solve a problem. Identify the problem, identify an idea, identify ideas rather. Select the best idea from the pool of ideas that you've generated, and you do what? You implement that idea. And when you have done that, definitely you have solved the problem. If the idea you've selected is the best idea, that problem should be solved. So do not forget about critical thinking. It's very, very, very important. Let's move on to the next slide. coming to the end of my presentation. All right. So before you go ahead to do this testing, like I just want to know the information I've shared with you. I want to see how it's going to help you to go through this assessment. But before that, I would like to take a few questions. I don't know how much time I have, but I can take some questions. Who has a question for me? You don't have it? Okay. There's someone. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm coming back to you.
Good morning. My name is Jemima Dada, and I have a question as regards teamwork. You stated earlier on that nobody can actually achieve anything without a team. Let me use myself as a scenario. I don't want to use politics. I just want to use another form of leadership. Okay, I run a blog, and at a point in time, I wanted to expand my reach. So I will need more hands, people that will work with me, not as paid staffs yet, but as volunteers. But then, along the line, I got to discover that most of the people I have that will want to partner with me as team members are not really competent when it comes to writing what we major on. So what do you advise me to do in building a team when people that I have are not competent? It's not as if I know it all, but the standard of work they bring is not in line with what I want.
Okay. Thank you for that. So first thing is that I would like to correct you. I mentioned that as if you need a team to achieve more. Not that you won't achieve without having a team, but you need a team to achieve more. Then in relation to what you are saying, there are times you can be in a team and you may be the only person that is competent. And that's where the leader in you will have to come up. At that point in time, do you have enough time to get them to where you want them to be? When we started a project sometime in my company, I was the only one in the team. Other people I knew, they were newly hired. They've never seen how it is done. So most of the time I work as late as 9 p.m., 10 p.m. because from 9 to 5, which is the time I'm supposed to work, I'm using it to teach them, to explain to them how things are being done. So for a month or two, I was able to get them to where they can now work efficiently and effectively. So if I know you consider yourself as a leader, so it's a challenge now for you to go back, put in time. If they are trainable, the difficulty will be if they don't have the interest to be trained. But if they have that interest, it's up onto you to do what? To get them to that level you want them to be so that they can be efficient and effective enough to deliver results. Does that answer your question? Thank you.
Yeah. Good morning, all. My name is Mohammed Abdullahi. My question is on the writing of CV. Yes. I don't know if it's advisable for CVs to be rigid or flexible. Because as a consultant who specializes in recruitment, I've done 3 recruitment this year. And there's this particular guy who has applied for the 3 jobs, submitting the same CV and losing out all the time. So is it advisable to tailor it towards the requirement, or you leave it?
So to answer the question, you have to tailor your CV to the requirement. That's one. Then, second thing I have to say is that you also should be applying to jobs that you are qualified for, that are related. Most times you find a job seeker, a teacher that applies to a job of a medical officer, a salesperson, a computer operator, one person who probably has only teaching experience, but you want to apply for a job apply to jobs that are not related. The funny thing is that you have one particular CV that says that you are a teacher. So how do you want to get that job? So one thing is that the CV has to be in line with the job requirement. However, that does not mean that you have to be applying to jobs that you do not have the experience or the skill set for. Exactly. Does that answer your question? Yeah, so you have to always ensure that your CV is prepared for the job that you're applying for.
Thank you. My name is Adamu Tako. I'm from Kacha Local Government. I have this question. It's based on effective communication. The supervisor I work with directly where I work, we have this problem with communication. The distance of carrying samples from the wet lab or phlebotomy lab to main lab is very far. So when I take the sample, I have to wait for results and come back. But he will keep calling me to come back for more samples, even though there are times for the sample we take the first sample 9 a.m., second sample 12 a.m. and he doesn't care. No matter how many times I complain about the stress and fatigue, he keeps telling me he doesn't care. He doesn't say he doesn't care per se, but he keeps disturbing me and pestering me, wanting me to do the job all alone, even though he is a technician. He's not a lab scientist. He's a technician, and it's definitely his job to do it, but he's pushing it on me since I'm a new staff.
So your question is, how do you communicate to him that it takes time? So is he aware that it's going to take that time for it to be delivered? So when you say he's aware, like, do you have a document from the other department that says the time that it will take for such delivery to happen?
Yes, there's no document.
So what you can do is you can tell the other departments to probably put in a word that says, this is how long this is going to take for you to have. Yeah, it becomes a lot because your manager is not. One thing you have to understand about people in management is that they are not hired to take your excuses. So most of the time when you give them some feedback, they can understand it as an excuse. So for you to pass your message very well, it has to come probably with some sort of a document that clearly says, oh, this is how this is. You are communicating it. I have been in a similar situation, right? So if you are communicating, or you tell you have, and one thing again too is that you also should have to build a sort of rapport with the person. Come to that level where your manager understands you. It may not happen within a month or two, but the more you build that rapport, it becomes easy for your manager to understand some things, because where there is no rapport, a lot of things are, you are telling your manager could feel that, okay, this may not exactly be the time that you would have taken. And what may even make it worse is that if the person previously handling that has been delivering within a shorter time, it becomes difficult for you to be telling him that, oh, it's longer for you to do this. Do you understand that? Okay. Let me take him. He was the first person.
My name's Daniel Yarobawa. I'm from Shiroro. Sir, I want you to stress more on SWOT analysis, strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat. Reason being that, unlike yesterday, they talked about leadership, youth to take the lead. I want to say that it will be very difficult for youth to take the lead if we are not entrepreneurially savvy. So, in an attempt for youth to be entrepreneurial savvy, there is this problem always on this SWOT analysis. We don't know our strength, we don't know our weakness, we don't know the opportunity we even have. Talk more of the threats that are out there. So please, sir, if you can expatiate more on this strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat, it will be appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I remember when I was speaking of self-awareness, I talked about strength and your weaknesses. So the first thing is identification. You should know your strength. If you are aware of your strength and your weaknesses, the other two becomes even possible for you to identify them, right? So what are the opportunities you have if you don't know what strengths you have? So your strength, we are looking at the skills you have, your experience that you have. If you don't know what you are good at, even if the opportunity swings by, it's not going to make any sense to you. So the first thing is, I want you to start with the first two, your strengths and your weaknesses. You have to have complete knowledge of them. If you are clear on them, opportunities will be easy for you to identify opportunities. And when you identify the opportunities, you know the likely threats for it. However, these two, the last two, will not matter if you don't understand or you can't even identify your strength. You don't even know the weaknesses, right? If you are going into business and you don't know what your business, the strength that your business has, you don't know the areas that your business needs to work on, opportunities and strength will not make any sense to you. Do you understand me? So the first assignment is for you to understand your strengths and your weaknesses. If you do that very well, definitely you will identify opportunities around you. And of course, potential threats. Do you understand? So I'm not going to take so much time on that, but the first two I've given you is what you actually need at this point in time. You need to understand the strengths and the weaknesses you have. If you're clear on that, the two are already simple. So ensure you know your strengths and your weaknesses. What exactly is your strength and your weakness? Not the perceived or the one you think are actually your strength and your weakness when they are not. Don't think you are good at something. Don't think these are your strengths when they are not actually your strength. You need to. Sorry. Thank you. So, I'll give you an example, right? If let's say, for someone like me, I'll use myself as an example. I know that most of the things that, one of the strengths that I have as a professional is that I'm always quick to implement things, right? So, if you have a project that I need to work on, if there's a project that the company needs to work on, I'm always the first person to go for it. Because if you want it to be implemented within the time, I'm the person who can drive it for it to be implemented. Do you see that? So this is a feedback, not a feedback that I know of myself. There's this system we have in my company where people share with you feedback, what you have as your strength and what you have as your weakness. So this is one of the things that I have as part of my strength, that ability to implement ideas, solutions. Now, one of the weaknesses that still fall under that same system for me is that this was 2018 then, that I have this ability I have this potential of only wanting to work alone without working with other people. Because when I joined the company for 2 years, I was practically working in a department. I was the only person in that department. So I thought it was just the best way to work without working with other people. So, but when I identified that was a weakness, I had to work more with team members and also with cross-functional team members. Now, I had to go out of my way to work with teams that support my team. They are not necessarily my team, but just so I can build that team spirit. Do you see that? So when I identified my weakness, what did I do? I need to do what? To also work on it, because the identification does not stop there. You also need to take a step towards ensuring that this weakness does not stop you from, because most weaknesses counter your strength. Because how will I deliver a project if I'm good with implementation and I don't have the team spirit to work with other people to be able to deliver that? So it's very, very important for you to, Identify your strength, identify your weakness, then go ahead to make efforts to ensure that you are able to turn your weaknesses, to work for you. You are able to work on it so that combined with your strength, you can achieve success, or you are able to achieve the goal that you have set out for yourself. It's very, very important. Thank you very much, sir, for that feedback. Okay, he has left.
My name is Khadija Mohammed. You just answered one of the questions I wanted to ask. And I also have another question. Confidence. Especially when you are dealing with people that are intelligent. That curiosity, the nervousness to make you feel like you're not actually bringing out a point, even though something in you is telling you that you're right. But I don't know, sometimes it feels like you're not right. How to tackle that? Thank you.
Thank you. Your question is on self-confidence, right? Especially when you are in a competitive environment where you feel a lot of people around you are like champions. They are the best of the best. So what I would advise you, and that's what I do, is that at that point in time, it doesn't matter how good they are. What matters is what I can do. So when I've gone to speak at an event, and when you look at the experience, I'm the person with the least of experience and the person with the least of the qualifications. But at that point in time, what I tell myself is that it doesn't matter, because since I was selected to be here, then I knew I would speak regardless of whoever it is that is there with me. So you have to build up that courage that when you come out, it doesn't matter whether you are in the midst of the best of humans. Just consider that your own effort counts. Who you are counts. The knowledge you have counts, right? If you are able to accept that, it's called self-confidence. So it's you accepting that you are confident, that you have enough value to make impact. Once you have once you accept that, it becomes easy for you to communicate to the next person. They may not, even if they don't accept it, even if they laugh, it doesn't matter. Keep doing it. It will get to the point where you've built up that resistance that even if they are laughing at you, you can join them to laugh, because you know that laughter doesn't mean anything. Does that help you? Thank you. So the last question, I'm running out of time. Oh, okay, sorry. Just a second.
My name is Hadiza Suleiman. So I wanted to shed more light on job negotiation, because I've seen instances when people go for job interview and they have high expectation, and the company you go for interview, you don't even know what is their standard of salary. So how will you, bring yourself down to, negotiate with them when it comes to job salary? Thank you.
Thank you. I would use the same example I used before. If you want to go to the market, right? If the price of the average price of an apple is 100 naira, if you want to buy it 80 naira, will you buy it? You will not buy it 80 naira, because that's the average price in the market. But you can buy it more than 100 naira. That's the funny thing, or the surprising thing. So that's what happens with job search too as well, or salary negotiation. You need to understand what is in the market, what is the market value for that position. And to be honest with you, every recruiter, every HR person, every CEO has that knowledge. So what happens is that they set their budget based on that. They can have a range. So we pay him something between 100 to 200, or pay her something between 200 to 200. So when she now comes and says, "Oh, I want to be paid 50,000," they are likely to pay her 100,000. Do you understand? They can pay her 100,000, and they can pay another person 150, and pay another person 200,000, because it's still within the budget. But the person who does a better market research is the person who gets close to what the market says for that position. So you do your research. You ask questions, ask a lot of questions. The internet is there. You can do a lot of research. You ask people on LinkedIn, how much would someone in this particular salary earn? And definitely you have an answer. If you do a thorough research, you have an answer. Let me take my last question.
Okay, thank you very much. Good day, everybody. My name is Hassan Jibril Musa from local government. So, just to say a few words concerning an aspect from your presentation, which has to do with critical thinking. Critical thinking. So, please, I feel this is very important because we are here for a leadership training. And we are potential leaders. Everybody here thinks. We all think. We all engage in thinking. But the most appropriate thinking is the critical one. When you engage in critical thinking, you find solutions to problems which are appropriate. Now, in the process of thinking, we often come with different or variety of solutions, which is from our own interest, for our own best interest. We want to apply that because it suits our own interest. Now, we never think of what is going to be the likely consequence of those solutions we have found to others. We do not think that. We are only concerned of our own personal interest. Now, as leaders, you will have to think of others as well. When you are faced with a problem, what are the solutions to that problem that will benefit others? Now, we have leaders here who are political leaders and other organizational leaders. I think the problem with Nigeria, to say it, is lack of critical thinking from the leaders. Now, if you come across a particular group who is faced with a particular problem, you being a leader, you have the liberty to think of what the problem is and what are the solutions. Now, if you have found the solutions, it is for you to achieve the aim for a benefit of development of the members. You'll have to share this idea with your members. You engage them. Now, this is to say that if you are a leader, by the time you are engaging in critical thinking, whatsoever idea that you come across, you have to involve your followers. For instance, in Nigeria now, most of the development programs are geared towards infrastructure. That is borehole drillings and others. Now, these development projects may not necessarily be the needs of the particular community. Now, you as the leader, you've thought of it to be the borehole drilling, but you never engage the people of the community to what their felt need is. Now, if you engage the people of the community, you will know their faith needs. And by the time you identify their faith needs, you still engage them to know the process to involve in order to implement this. Now, by way doing, the community members will feel the impact. So please, it's just that we as leaders, you always have to engage the people in critical thinking while you're thinking, so as the people accept whatsoever idea you come across or you come up with. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. I think that's the last, not a question, but a contribution. Thank you so much for allowing me to engage you for, I don't know the time, whether it's up to an hour. But thank you so much for allowing me to engage you. And like I said, it's very easy for you to succeed now. It only will require you to do what? Upskill and get better at the things that you do, so that you are excellent, you are efficient, and you are effective at the things that you do. Thank you very much, everyone, and thank you for having me for some time now.
Thank you very much, Jobaban. I don't know where Stanley is. Stanley is your anchor. I'm just stepping in for him. I think that we can take a tea break now. I'm not sure if that's what Stanley has planned, but please, let's take a tea break now. It's going to be a long day. We have a lot to do. So can we make it not more than 15, 20 minutes, please, and be back here? Thank you.
And please, let's make it in batches. The place cannot contain all of us together, please.
It's legendary beats.
And please, kindly fill your form and put your passport. If you don't receive your form, don't expect certificate from us, so please. We can't do your certificate without the form. Then Amina Garba Yaru, please. If you are here, kindly signify. Amina Garba Yari.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kamal, Director of Programs. God bless you, sir. For some of us that are still in the hall, we would be interacting briefly on, of course, still on our social media engagement. But for some of us that are going up for your tea break, please note that you have only 3 minutes to come back to the hall, please, so that we can go to other sessions that we have for the day. We have only 3 minutes. As you are going up, they have your breakfast, and then come back immediately to the hall. Resume back for the next section. Thank you very much. So for my friends that are still in the hall, I saw you. instruction, remarks, and then the few things we need to do or we need to know. Please, if you are outside, come inside, and if you are still at the meal, if you are still having your breakfast or you are doing one or two things outside, like taking of pictures, please come inside because there's time for everything. We'll have a time for group or friends or individual photograph, but not at this moment. This is the moment for the second section of this event today. And if you are inside, please take your seat. Take your seat as I invite the Executive Director of the Lead Generation Initiative, Chief Mrs. Ayobola Pella. A round of applause for her, please, as she comes to take the stage. A round of applause. Keep clapping. Earlier on, I told you exactly what the Lead Generation clapping standard is. I have to see that standard manifest. I have to see it reflect. I have to see it evident that, yes, you've learned at least one or two things. The first being the clapping standard. Thank you very much. God bless you, ma'am.
Thank you. So it's just going to be very quick. Earlier today, we spoke about the Women's Leadership Development Program, and I know that I promised I was going to take questions today. So whilst we wait for some of our men to come back and for Yaga to take over, if you have any questions, then I can take them. Does anyone have any questions regarding the opportunities for women, any advice in general about women in leadership? And did you raise up your hands? Okay. Introduce yourself first, please.
I'm Deborah Jiri from Idati Local Government. Ma, we want you to give us advice as women participating and wanting to participate, because there is this sideline that men tend to sideline us. It discourages us. So we need advice on what to do, because at times, I'm using myself as a practical example. In the last election, I came out vying for a position of a councillor. Even though people wanted me to come, but we have people who don't want, because you're a woman or because you're a lady, that weakness in a woman, they don't want you. If not, personally, I didn't have any problem. It was smooth, but for that tag of being a woman, they just tend to step you. So what advice do you have for women? Because that tends to discourage. Personally, I'm not discouraged, and I'll still try again. But I know there are many women who want to. We want encouraging words from you, so that, because especially we in the north here, it's very difficult for women to participate in politics. Maybe because I have few of my women colleagues, we need words of wisdom from you so that it will ginger us to participate more. Thank you, ma.
Thank you very much. A very valid and I'm sure very popular question, because if there wasn't a problem, there won't be a lot of NGOs and a lot of events targeted at a solution for this, for women participation, for gender equality. So to answer your question, unfortunately, that is the way the world is. There's an imbalance, there's gender inequality. And when we have the likes of Kamala Harris as now the Vice President of the United States of America, the first time that's happened, the first time is a female Vice President. It takes courage, and I'm sure it took her courage to do that, because it's not specific to just the North. I know it's more prevalent in the North and in some other countries around the world, but we are lucky we're in the 21st century, so it's getting better. It's not as bad as it was, but it takes courage truly to stand up to men, to some men. I would say we're lucky the chairman, board of trustees, is one of those men they call the E for She's, the men that support the women, the ones that see leadership and positions of authority as gender neutral. So there are men like that that are supportive. And my advice would be that you continue to do the best you can. Make sure you shine. Make sure you prove yourself. I tell my children this. When you are in a country like the first world country and you have black skin, the challenges are greater. So for over 20 years, I've been studying and working abroad, where I've had to prove myself because of my black skin and because I'm a woman. So it's double the challenge. So I have to work twice as hard. And I tell my children as well, you have to work twice as hard to be as good as them. Unfortunately, that's the situation. You don't need to fool yourself. So before men will come out and vote for you, you have to prove yourself. You have to work twice as hard. Unfortunately, that's the way it is. But then there's another thing. Because we talk about women empowerment, we talk about gender equality, we talk about giving women opportunities, women should participate, does not mean we should feel entitled in this 21st century. It doesn't mean that it's going to be handed to us on a platter of gold. We have to seize the opportunities. We have to work hard for it. So if you have an opportunity to run for office, you should prove yourself to be qualified for that position. You have to do that. You have to work hard. You have to show integrity. You have to show your capability. And you have to show the qualities that you think that they need. And I'm sure if you do that consistently, then you'll be fine. Like I said, it's the 21st century. There's a lot of awareness. And it's not as bad as it was once. So I hope that answers your question. You have a question? Women related.
I remember my humble self, Usman D. Muhammad from Mokwa. Ma, I think the question I have here goes directly and it will be of help for most of our female, or let me say the women here, that most of them have that in their mind. Because if they will not be given opportunity, and the person you are getting married will be given opportunity to. Like example, you are here, you are being trained, like Mr. Pella said yesterday. When he said he was bathing, immediately he gave this an idea of a stuff. Definitely, as you think of that, the next or the first person to have that discussion with, I think it should be you. Then you have the courage. Before you get the courage outside, definitely you have having a support from you. Is that also? And that is why this is even going on now. So my question here is this. When you think of that, what was his strength? One. And what was his weakness? I think you are the better place to explain this so that the other fellow women here to understand that. That is one. Secondly, talking of opportunity. And for you to say you are going to do this in general to all 36 states, excluding Abuja, definitely for someone to say, I want to do this, definitely you forget what I can call, let me say, self, or let me say what I can call greediness. Total, the person is not greedy. The wife is also not greedy, and that's why they are able to achieve this together. Is that not so? So I think when it comes like this, I want you to share more light, the kind of strength you give to him, courage you give to him to make him achieve this. Even though our women here are not opportune to be there, at least let them be of a support to their husband to achieve these goals also. I think to be of these two advantages, we share it with them. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a very good question, unusual question, and it's not one I've not been asked before. People ask me that. It's a personal question, but I think one that maybe women and some men can benefit from. My husband and I have been together over 24 years, so I know him very, very well. And so for your first question, when he first said to me that he was going into politics, like every normal, regular human being, and loving wife, I had my doubts because the first thing would be the threats. It will not be the opportunities, the strengths, the weaknesses, and all of that. It will just be the threats, because I love him very much, and I was concerned about safety and things like that. But then I started to think to myself that he was very determined. He knew that was what he wanted to do. So, but I know him very well, and I know that he's one of those people that were born to serve. He's very selfless. He's, even though he was a businessman and an entrepreneur, company owner and all of that, but in everything that he has done since he was a child, and from the stories his mom has told me, he's always been a lover of people. When he was a very young boy, he would pack all his friends into his parents' rooms and tell them they can, into his parents' house and even their rooms, eat whatever you want, take whatever you want. He will give them his clothes to wear, and just, he loved people. And that continued as he grew up. So I knew him to be someone that loves people, that genuinely enjoys seeing other people smile. And a lot of his close friends would testify to this. And when he became an adult, and even when we got married, our house, for as long as I remember, we always have so many visitors. I'm constantly cooking, constantly entertaining. So I knew that, in terms of his strengths, I knew that he could do it. But then it was more his intention. And there's an hadith that says actions are judged according to intentions. And I know that, and I hope that his actions will be judged according to intentions, because as far as intentions go, he has the best of intentions. So I thought, as a loving, supportive wife, knowing his strengths, knowing his intentions, I had no choice but to support him. And then I thought, the people that serve, the people that lead, the politicians, they don't have two heads. What they lack is the good, some of them, what some of them lack is the good intentions. So if the intentions are there, if the character is there, if the willingness is there, and if he's able, by God's grace, to do it, then why not support him? So that was what drove my decision, and what made me think that, yes, I would stand by him and support him in serving the people in any way possible, including through this NGO as well. So your second question, what was that? Have I answered the first? Okay. So yes. Okay. Okay. Yes. Okay. So what I've said and everything I've said, I've not said I've blindly supported my husband. I think I've said that I've put a lot of thought into it, and what I did and my husband's situation and my own support reaction to it has been, and actions to it, has been tailored to the kind of person he is. So as far as husband-wife relationship goes, you have to know your partner, you have to know your spouse, and know your wife, and know your husband. And it goes both ways. So the women also need support. So I have my career, I'm a chartered accountant, I work in the Big Four, I audit companies and all of that. And my husband supports me in my career as well. And so it's not one-sided. So I'm not just in service of him, he's in service of me as well. And I think that going into marriages, relationships, you need to know the kind of person that you are getting into this lifelong relationship with, and know that how you can best support each other in love and even in every daily thing that you do, because even raising the kids is a career. It's a challenge on its own. It's not just about going out there. Like my husband said yesterday, charity begins at home. You have to keep your home front. You have to keep your communities, your church relationships, in your mosques and everything. You have to be show that leadership trait in all those places before you can even think of serving others, right? So what my advice would be is that know the kind of husband you have, and if you have, and be supportive. You know, I think a good wife is a supportive wife, and so be supportive. And if you have any fears or any advice, you will know your husband the best, and you will know when to advise. You will know when to give that advice. You will know how to talk to him, and you will know how best to approach issues. But let him know that you are his pillar of support. That is very important. And then I'll advise the men now. So for the men as well, we women, we are very patient, we're very intuitive, you know, we can spot danger miles away and all of that. So see us as your partners. Let's see us as your partners in progress, where the best of us are the ones that want the best for their husband, and know that that is what we want. So when we advise, when we ask for help, when we ask for your support, be open-minded, listen to us. Think that between our ears there's a brain, and brain is not gender sensitive, it's not is gender neutral. Okay, according to the scientists, we all have the same brain. But just know that you have married your partner and not your servant, and be supportive, because in Yoruba land there's a saying that and what it means is that if the it simply means if the situation, if you help your wife, you are helping yourself. Because if you empower your wife, if you support your wife, if you help her achieve or aspire to be great and she achieves greatness, it helps you as well. Because then she can support you in other things. She can support even the home financially. She can be your backup. She can be your backup. So please offer the best support that you can give, the most support that you can give, and know that you are helping your partner. Have I answered your questions? Okay, I hope that's good enough. There was someone that wanted to ask. Let me come round.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Amina Garbayaru from Borgu. What I want to say here is, in the aspect of the religion of Islam, anything that is going to be of leadership for a woman, the religion is outrightly against it. From the sayings of the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam and the Quran itself, then we Northerners, we also have such problem, which is serious discrimination between a male and a female. What a man will come out, do it openly without any challenges. By the time a woman comes to do it, it's going to be like she has committed an abomination. So there is a general problem to we women in the north. And what I also understand with the northern men is like, maybe they used to be afraid of their women becoming more successful than them. So that is where the problem lies. So we don't really know. We that found ourselves in this part of the country, how do we go about it? Maybe as a mother, as our leader here, and as an experienced person, what do you advise us to do with our men?
Thank you very much for your question. That's very experienced part. I'm not sure. We're all learning. And I cannot claim to be experienced in all those aspects. I think your question touched on 3 aspects of religion, of being a northerner, the culture in the north, as well as taking up leadership positions and men's reaction to it. So 3 aspects. So I can't claim to be very experienced in all those 3 aspects. I would never doubt your claim that Muslims, or it's not encouraged for Muslims. I yet do not, I don't know, and I'm not saying it's not so, but I'm not sure what part of the Quran actually says a woman cannot be a leader. But I know there are Muslim countries that women are leaders. There are Middle East countries where women are leaders. Our Minister of Finance is a woman, and she's a northerner. We have the United Nations, is it Deputy Secretary or Secretary? She's a woman, she's a northerner. There are many examples like that. Sometimes these things are said to discourage us. So I ask you a question. Say, for instance, in Saudi or a very Muslim country, Saudi, Afghanistan, Kuwait, or wherever, if there's a girls' Muslim school, would a woman not lead it? Is she not a woman leader? So that's the thing. It's I think it's being put in this kind of mysterious, unrealistic and high level of, is being sugar-coated to look like something else, to look like you are running for president of Nigeria. But you can be a leader in all aspects of life. And when we hand over to Yaga Africa, they're going to continue talking to us about all aspects of leadership. I know it's more challenging. I will not fool myself if you are from the north because of culture. But I would not say that it doesn't happen in the south as well. And I will link it to your third point about some men being afraid of women being more successful than them, because it's true, and I've heard real life examples of men being like that, and they will not say it outright that, it's because I don't want you to be more. It will just be all sorts of reasons why you can't, and sometimes it can even get abusive just because of their own insecurities. And some people are more fortunate than others that their husbands can support that. But some will say never. My daughter, my wife can never support. In which case, honestly, it's down to prayers. And I think also maybe showing what you can do. There's when we had all these questions, if in our WhatsApp group, next time we have a women's event, I'll make sure that as many women here today are involved. So, we had a full day where we addressed all these issues one by one, and we split them into sections. Women had questions about politics. They had questions about business and about in offices, in the corporate organization. And we had women from the north. We had Ajia Umagetso, who is from the north, talk about our own situation and how people can, fight the challenges of women from the north not getting involved. And there were other women as well. But I think one of the things that you can use to prove yourself is if you have a passion, because really getting into politics, and we're talking about just politics now, political leadership, you have to have that love of the people. You have to have that intention to be selfless. You have to put others' interests above yours. So it means serving the people. So if you have that interest, you have to think of where your passion lies, or what bothers you, what cause bothers you. So is it motherless babies? Is it homeless children? Poor education? Is it the widows? Then set up, you don't have to set up a whole big NGO, but start to help that cause, start to do things. And I'm sure, inshallah, your partner, your husband will start to notice that you're not just saying it because you want to throw away your hijab and you want to be this wild person, but because you genuinely want to serve and you've been called to serve, So, and I think that if we use the example of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his wife Khadija was a very successful woman. She was a woman leader, and she still married him, and he didn't say, don't do this anymore because it's not for women, or don't pursue anything anymore. She even helped him many times. So if someone is coming to you and saying it's about religion, give them that example. It's just insecurity, and it's not just in the north, it's everywhere in the world. In America, Hillary Clinton tried to run for president. Donald Trump was not a good, he's not a good, how do I say this? He's not a worthy competitor. But if she were a man, she might have beat him. I feel like part of the reasons was the institution, the firm did not want a woman as president of the United States then. But then they tried Trump, and we all know what happened afterwards. Thank you. If there are no further questions, Stanley is about to snatch the mic off me. I need to give it back to him so we can get back to the business. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your questions.
Thank you very much, Ma. Give her a round of applause that it reflects what are you. Thank you. Now, I feel, Ma, I don't know, is there any way we can organize one for boys? Boys, I just want to also get involved too. Is there any way we can make arrangement for that by tomorrow morning, Ma? Tomorrow morning. All right, guys, by tomorrow morning, we are having your own advantage, insight, wisdom, and strategic section with the AD. Is that okay with you guys? Eh? These guys, they are not even serious. Don't worry, we're making it all ladies tomorrow still. Thank you very much. Let's give another round of applause to the Executive Director for the wonderful and insightful session with them. God bless you, ma'am. It's on this note I have to invite Yaga Africa. Ibrahim has waited patiently since 12 p.m. when it was time, when we ought to have yielded the floor to him. Of course, we have to sincerely apologize to him. He's been ushered in here by no other person than the former Emir of Kano, Sanusi Lamido. Sanusi. Please give a round of applause to two of them so that once Ibrahim gets close, I can now begin to give a proper review of his profile. So in 2016, a group of young guys came together and decided to see the country in a different light also, just like the way we are trying to create this system now. And then they knew that it would be very difficult for them to make a significant impact without taking risk, without going all out to ensure that success is being achieved through the work they do. And so they went to the National Assembly and they drafted some sections of what they call the Not Too Young to Run bill. And then they went to the streets and then they fought those that stood, of course, even in this current day, some people are still standing against social progress. Today, we have many young persons at the National Assembly, at the State House of Assembly, many young persons that won the 2019 election, becoming local government chairman. And it all happened because of Yaga Africa. This young man, who has, for the past 3 weeks, decided to wear white and white like me, was at the center of that. And so please, as I introduce him, Mr. Ibrahim Farouk, a round of applause, and please pay detailed attention to everything he has to say. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Stanley. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It's like you people have not missed me. Did you miss me? When you went to eat, no one called me to say, have I eaten, or I should come and eat with you. You went to go and eat your own food quietly. Okay, but now that we have eaten, everybody has ginger, Abby. Yeah? We have ginger. We added ginger to the food, or we added food to the ginger. Okay. So I'm going to be talking about building leadership teams. Okay? And so from yesterday and today, the presentations have been building up. So who remembers my presentation from yesterday? Who remembers what I talked about yesterday? And if you look at your agenda, I will know. So who remembers what we spoke about yesterday? Okay.
My name is Joyce Yusuf from Gurara Local Government. We discussed about power and change.
And people, I can hear them giving you expo here. Who else wants to remind us what we spoke about yesterday? So I had one session yesterday, and then my colleague Sanusi spoke about something else.
name still remains Ibrahim from Kacha, Niger State. You taught us about leadership and power.
Okay, so yesterday we talked about organizing as a leadership practice, people, power, and change. You remember? And we talked about what our own definition of leadership is. We talked about what we understood as organizing, and we said leaders are organizers and organizers are leaders. All right? We talked about people, and who is your people? Who is your constituency? We talked about power. We talked about having power with and having power over, and how within a constituency there are interests and there are resources, and when you bring those interests and resources together, it gives you power or influence. And then with that power that you have, you're able to bring about a change, and you define what change means to you in your community. After that, my colleague Sanusi spoke about building relationships and the importance of building relationships as leaders, and he talked about the 4 C's. Do you remember the 4 C's? No, you don't remember the 4 C's. Who remembers the 4 C's that Sanusi spoke about yesterday?
My name is Sandra Yubagana. Competence, commitment. Why are you looking at Steve? Content, commitment, competence, and catapult.
Did she get all of them correctly? Yeah? Yes, no. Okay, who remembers the 4 C's? Because I like your cap.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Ilyas Mohammed from Madiga. The 4 are connection, contact, commitment, and catapult.
Thank you very much. So we remember. But like you remembered some, you did not remember all, but I hope now you have heard them. So now I'm going to move forward. So we've talked about building relationships. Okay, that was what Sanusi spoke about yesterday. And now I'm going to be talking about building leadership teams. And if you remember, yesterday I said a leader does what?
Build other leaders.
Exactly. A leader builds other leaders. You know, you cannot be a leader and you're just leading by yourself. One of the true hallmarks of a leader is that you build other leaders. And today we're going to be talking about building leadership teams. Because after this training, one of the things that you would be required to do, and we're also going to practicalize some of these things before we close today. One of the things you'll be required to do is to go back to your local government areas and build a team. And also share what you have learned between yesterday and today with your team. And use what you have learned as you start to work within your communities, as you start to identify what is the change that you want to see. Okay? So, but a quick recap, first of all. From our session yesterday, what did we say leadership is? Does anyone remember? Very quickly. I like the women today. You're really answering my questions.
Okay, woman, good afternoon. Leadership, we define leadership as the ability to take responsibility towards helping others achieve purpose under conditions of uncertainty.
Great. Leadership requires accepting responsibility for enabling others to achieve purpose under conditions of uncertainty. So let us always keep that definition at the back of our mind when we talk about leadership. But since we've spoken about leadership yesterday, and we also spoke about building relationships, which is something that leaders need to do. And from the relationships that you build, you will start to build your leadership teams. So why do leadership teams matter? Does anyone want to tell me? Does anyone want to guess? Why is it important as a leader to build a team of leaders around you?
For speed and efficiency.
So that means you cannot do everything quickly by yourself or as efficiently as yourself. You need other leaders.
For a decentralization of activities.
Okay, so you need to decentralize your activities. You need to be able to delegate some of your responsibilities. Does anyone else want to try? And tell me, why is it important to build a team? Why is it important to work with other people?
Hello. Once again, my name is Adamu Taku from Kacha Local Government. It is important to build a team of leaders to create the change that is needed to forge ahead.
Okay. So when you work with a team, you're able to create change. Okay, you have one more.
You need someone to continue from where you stop.
So this is about succession, so that when you're no longer around or when you're no longer available to lead, you have others to continue from where you stopped. But some of the reasons, some of my own answers around why it is important for us to build leadership teams is because effective leaders create teams to work with them and to lead with them. So someone talked about speed and efficiency. So you're more efficient when you have other people who are working with you and who are leading together with you. If you look at leaders, almost every leader has a team that works with them. Forget the fact that maybe the leader is the person's face that you see more often, or is the one that sits on the high table. But a leader always has a team that works with him or her and also leads with him or her. Leadership teams work in a way that they are structured interdependently. And what interdependently means is that you depend on each other, because you cannot do everything by yourself. Even if you hold a leadership position, you do not have the monopoly of knowledge. You do not know everything. There are some people who have more skills in a certain area than you. There are people who are able to lead in a certain area better than you can. Okay? And each person takes leadership. And I used the example of a training like this yesterday. Okay? So you can see that there are members of the media with cameras and with the public address system and the projectors. Commissioner for youth, there's a commissioner for women affairs. And all of these different individuals together make up the larger team that we talk about. Okay. Secondly, or finally, on why leadership teams are important is that it provides a foundation, especially within an organization, for you to grow. So the organization is not just focused on you as the leader or the initiative or the campaign or whatever you're working on. It's not focused just on you. It focuses on being able to expand, because a leader builds other leaders Those leaders continue to build other leaders, and your work, your campaign, the change that you're trying to bring about continues to expand and continues to grow. Now, there are three measures of an effective team that I'm going to talk about very quickly. And I'm rushing through this presentation because after this presentation, we're going to start working in groups. And we have some assignments that you're going to do together as a team to take what you have learned from this session and practicalize it, working together as different groups. So just allow me to run through the presentation as fast as I can, and then we can start our work. There are ways to measure that a team is effective. One of the ways is that there's an output. The world can see that a team has worked together to achieve a goal. The team has worked together to bring about some kind of change. And when we're talking about change, if you remember yesterday, I said we define what change means for us. Stanley was referring to the Not Too Young to Run movement. And when the movement started, the movement defined change, first of all, as being able to amend the Constitution so that it reduces the age of running for political office, so that more young people have an opportunity to run for office, to contest. Okay? So that is the output. That is the success that the team has. So you measure the effectiveness of your team by the output. Did you achieve your goal? And I'm going to come back. And where is that, my fellow Arsenal fan? You see, if Arsenal wins the Europa League, we can say that we have success. There's an output at the end of the day, because we're not going to win the Premier League, no matter which kind of juju we want to do. But if you win the league, or you win the cup, or you win the tournament, you have achieved some level of success. So that is one of the ways to measure if your team is effective. Secondly, is to see the capacity. So an effective team, you're able to build the capacity of your team members. And forgive me if you're not a football fan, but because I love Arsenal Football Club so much, I'm going to keep on talking about them. But you see that the team becomes effective when Bukayo Saka, who was a young boy, as 8 years old in the Arsenal Academy, has been able to build his capacity. And now, when they say who is the first player on the Arsenal team sheet, you see that Saka is one of the best players in the team now. So the capacity of the team is being built. You cannot say your team is effective if you're not building the capacity of the members of your team. And that is how to measure that your team is becoming effective. And I'm sure that maybe the next program that we have, you will not see my face. You will see Sanusi and Chinemerem, because as we work as a team, everybody's capacity is being built. So even if I am not around, the capacity of the other team members is built enough that they can step in and play the same role. Finally, is that apart from building capacity together as a team, the capacity of individuals are also being built. The more you give an individual a role or a responsibility, you build up that individual capacity as well, an ability to take on leadership roles as you would have it. So that is how to measure if your team is being effective. It's around capacity, it's around output, it's around capacity, and it's around the individual leadership development of members of your team. Okay? Am I talking too fast? Are we together? Okay. So there are three conditions I'm going to talk about that make a real team. And I say real team in quotes. And forgive me if I keep on talking about my football team that I love so much. But when we talk about teams, it's very easy to use football as an analogy, or sports generally, because they work together in teams. Okay, so one is that in a leadership team, or in a team in general, your team is bounded. You're a group. And if I was to call a member of the LGI management team, for instance, they will be able to tell me the names of the other team members. So you know the names of the people on your team. It's almost like your team starts to become your family. You know their names. I don't even have to be part of the Arsenal team to tell you the names of the football players that play for Arsenal Football Club. But within the team, they know each other. Sometimes they even have nicknames for each other and the way they call themselves. And that is what helps a team to grow. That is what helps a team to bond. Okay? So we're talking about conditions that make for a real team. So a team is bounded. We know each other. We know each other's names. Sometimes you even have nicknames for each other within your team. And if you look at any effective team, you see that these are one of the conditions that make up a team. Is that the team is bounded. They know each other, especially by name. Your team is stable, meaning that you can call on your team members at any time. And it is you meet constantly, you have regular interactions. Even if you cannot meet physically all the time, thank God now we have WhatsApp or we have Zoom or we have other platforms where you can hold regular meetings with your team and continue to discuss. So one is the team is bounded, they know each other. The team is also stable and constant and meets regularly. And then finally, the team is interdependent. And I spoke about interdependence a bit earlier. And I said, you rely on one another. No one works individually or independently of the team. Everyone contributes something to ensure that the team is successful in whatever the team is trying to do. So a team is interdependent. Everyone contributes. Everyone plays his role or her role to make sure that the entire team succeeds. So it is not just about me wanting to take glory and say, oh, if I did not come for this program today, the program will not hold. Who I be? If I did not come for the program, someone else can play my role, you know? And it takes every member of the team, from the people who are arranging accommodation and transportation, to people who are ensuring that all your materials are printed, to everyone who is ensuring that we have a beautiful hall, to everyone that is ensuring that the generator comes on when the light goes off. Everyone works together as a team to ensure the success of what we're trying to do. Okay. So I'm starting to round up. So we'll talk about 3 steps for launching an effective team. And let me re-echo this in case you have forgotten. Is to say that after this, you'll be required to go back to your local government areas and build your own teams. So after this program, you're now representatives and part of the LGI family. So we're all part of the LGI family. We're all part of this one big team. But in your various local governments, you now start to play a leadership role. You start to set up and build your own teams at that level. Teams have a shared purpose. Okay? Every team has a shared purpose. And that is what you're engaging on together. So let me give you some other examples, and let me try and deviate from football a little bit. Is there anyone that is a member of a political party? Yeah? Almost all of us are members of political parties. Okay, that's wonderful. So you would understand this, is that when it is time for elections, you have a purpose. All of you know what you're trying to achieve. Is you're trying to win the election. That is your purpose, okay? That is what you have. Basically, political parties have been created as the vehicle by which you get to political power. You know, so you have to organize to win the election. So you have a shared purpose. Once you are able to identify your team and together you share a common purpose, any other thing doesn't matter. It doesn't matter your religion. It does not matter your gender. It does not matter your tribe. It does not matter what you eat. It does not matter how you dress. Because all of you are united around that shared purpose. And if you remember that what has brought all of us together as a team is this one shared purpose, then all those other things that divide us, you start to forget about it. It doesn't matter if a person is a Muslim or a Christian, because you're working as a team together towards one shared purpose. It doesn't matter if the person is old or young, or male or female, or likes to wear cap or does not like to wear cap, or wears glasses or does not wear glasses. You have one shared purpose, and together you are engaging towards achieving what that shared purpose is. And in achieving your shared purpose, you will start to set up what are those activities that your team would be doing towards achieving that purpose. Okay? So there's one word that I've been hammering on that I want you to understand. And I've been talking about purpose. Because if you remember, our definition of leadership talks about accepting responsibility to enable others to achieve what? To achieve what? To achieve what? Are there people in this room? I cannot hear you. It's to achieve purpose. So as a team, you have a purpose. And as a leader, you have accepted responsibility to enable the members of your team, to enable your constituency, to achieve your purpose. So your purpose, if you're me, like Arsenal Football Club, our purpose is to win the Europa League. But if you're a member of a political party, maybe your purpose is to win the councillorship elections. And different teams have different purposes. Okay? You could be a team of businessmen and women, and your purpose is you want to become better than Dangote. That is your own purpose. But every team, you define your own purpose, and that is a purpose that you share together as a team. So I've been talking about interdependence. So I'll try and make sure I do not spend too much time talking about interdependent roles. But each member of a team must have their own responsibility. Every member of the team must have their own share of the work. And after our first session, my colleague Sanusi will talk about action, and we'll talk about different actions that team members can take. No one is doing what we call solos. You know, you're just working on your own. We're working together as a team, and we're depending on one another. And then finally, it's around ground rules. At the beginning of this training, we also tried to set what is called ground rules. We set up what we call ground rules. And those are the rules that help to guide us. Together as a team, you set the rules. What determines how we make decisions, for instance? You know? So as a team, you can say, is it only the leader that if I make a decision, that's the decision that must stand? Or are we going to say it is a majority decision? So if we are 5 members of a team, if 3 people agree and the other 2 do not agree, then we go ahead with the majority. Or are we going to say we must work together to reach a consensus, to say that all 5 of us must agree before we take this decision? So as a team, you start to set up how do we decide some of these things? What are the rules that are going to guide us as a team? And you also ask yourself, if a member of a team violates the rules, how are we going to correct the wrong that was done? Is there some kind of punishment that is going to happen? Because there's no law without punishment. Okay? And so it helps members of the team to make sure that we follow those ground rules. And that is what continues to help us work together more effectively as a team. Okay? So are there any questions around building leadership teams? No questions. Okay, so it is time for our group work now. And I'm going to be dividing the class into 5 groups. So if there's anyone that is not here, please ask them, if you have their number, call them, ask them to come. Because we are going to start some serious business right now. You have a question? Okay.
Thank you very much for the beautiful presentation. And I wanted to ask this question yesterday. But then when I look at the schedule, I saw that we'll do a recap this morning. So I waited. I was curious. In fact, for a very long time, very curious. You know, based on the definition and what a leader need to have, those qualities, those skills that he needed to, those influence and other things. And then I wonder that we also have this leadership we are talking about. Is it only in positive times that we talked about, or even the general, at any level? I mean, for example, the Shekau of Boko Haram, Mohammed Yusuf, and so many bandits and leaders are, of course, in the bushes. These are people who lead, you understand, have people as subordinates. And then they have influence, of course, very large influence over those people. They have a plan. They influence. They are very strategic, organized in all manners you think. You understand? Can we bring them now to the fore to also recognize them as these leaders we are talking about, or we just keep them quiet because it's not in a positive way?
Okay. So I think your question is asking, are there negative forms of leadership? Is that your question? And of course, the answer is yes. So if you take, for instance, you're talking about the leader of Boko Haram. Is he providing leadership? He is. Do you remember our definition of leadership? Do you remember the definition of leadership that we gave? Sorry? You were in hibernation. Okay, were you here yesterday when we defined leadership? Yeah? You are here when we defined leadership. If you apply that, can you see the same thing? Can you say that Shekau, and I hate that we're having to use this as an analogy, but can you say that he's accepting responsibility to enable other people? Yes, and he has a purpose. Whether you agree with it or not, he's trying to achieve a certain purpose. And he's operating under conditions of uncertainty. He does not know whether he's going to survive or not. So are people able to apply leadership even in negative situations? Definitely. The answer is yes. Okay, are there any more questions? Okay, after him, any more questions so that we know that we've finished with questions for this round and we can break into our groups. Any more questions? So one question, is your hand up? Okay, so one question, then we break.
Good afternoon. My name is Abdul Malik Maman from Gurara. I want to ask, what kind of leadership is the Buhari administration leadership that happened in 2015? Because as a president, I think because of him, a lot of people were elected into office just in the name of Buhari. And in that party, I think leadership is supposed to be building more leaders. 2023 is like a case study right now. After Buhari, are we having that kind of leaders again that will come to impact and pave way for people to dominate those constituency or whatever it is? I hope you get my message. I want to know what kind of leadership is that like? Because he carries the 4 C's. That is why people loved him, and anybody that comes in the name of were elected in that office, if we're going to see more of that again in leadership. Thank you.
So I think that's a tough question, but I'll try and answer. And every time I go back to our definition of what leadership is, okay? And I'll use that to answer your question. It's around enabling others to achieve purpose. And it did not just start with President Buhari in 2015. I think we've seen it in our elections across Nigeria many times, that whoever is running for president in your party, if you're running for House of Assembly, you put the presidential candidate's picture. You put the person running for governor's picture. You put the person running for Senate's picture. You put the person running for House of Reps. Then you that you're running, you put your own picture small. Abi? So you're using those other ones to enable you. So they've taken responsibility to enable you to achieve your own purpose. And so that is what leaders do by building other leaders. And like I said, you find this leadership in many different places. It's not just in politics. It's even in business. Dangote is also building other leaders. Otedola is also building other leaders. They are also enabling other people. And I think we also saw it in 2019, where some people were able to win because of the party they belong to, depending on the states where you're running for office. It's because you're hanging on to someone else's leadership position to enable you to achieve your own purpose, which is to win an election. I think that we're going to continue to see that happening. But like I said, we're learning about a new form of leadership that goes beyond just leadership positions and seeking political office, but even working within your community, how people can look up to you as the person that is enabling them to achieve purpose, enabling your constituency to bring about change. And like I said, you define what change means to you. You define what changes in your own community, in your own constituency. And as a leader, you accept responsibility to enable your community, to enable your constituency, to achieve purpose, to bring about change under those conditions of uncertainty. We are never sure if you're going to succeed all the time. And sometimes you will fail. But it's an opportunity to learn the lessons and then go back and re-strategize and come back and win. Okay? Does that answer your question? Okay, so we're not taking any more questions. If you remember, I asked, are there any more questions? So what I'm going to do now, excuse me, sir. Can I have everyone's attention? Okay. Is I'm going to break the room into 5. So we're going to be working in 5 groups. Okay? And so we're going to go around the room and we're going to take numbers. So if you're sitting close to your friend, this is the time that we're going to scatter you. And you're going to have to start building relationships. You're going to have to start learning how to work with other people who you do not know as a team. You're going to have to start learning their names and working together. So you'll just take numbers from 1 to 5. So we'll go around like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Whatever number you pick, that is going to be your group. And we're going to be working in those groups till the end of today. Can I have everyone sit down? Thank you very much. Excuse me, sir. Are you part of us? If you're part of us, I need you to sit down now because we are breaking into groups. If you're not part of us, I need you to leave. So we'll take numbers 1 to 5, and that's the groups we'll start working in. You're 4, 5, 5, 2. Somebody is sleeping. You're group 5.
Five. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3, 1. You're 2, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You're 1. Okay, so where is group 1 going to be? So if you're group 1, so please, you just need to carry everything you have. If you're group 1, please come to this table in the front. If you're group 2, the other table by my left. Yes, so you just pack your materials because now we're working together in groups. So group 1 is on this table. Group 2 is here. What's for him? So everyone that picked number 1 should come here. Everyone that picked number 2 should come here. Okay, no problem. So if you're number 3, please go to the last table at the back. Number 3, you go to the last table at the back. Number 4, you come to the last table here. Number 5 is here. Number 4 is that last table at that corner. So is this 5? Where is 5? So you need to sit together and you're facing each other because we're going to be working together as a team. So group 5. So number 5. Please yes, turn your chair this way. Yes. So all of you are, yes, you can put your chair here. You can. Oga. Sanusi. Oga. Please function a very just chat first. Like I said. Okay, how was your treatment? So just join any group. Yes. So this is group 1, group 2, group 3, group 4, and group 5. So my colleagues are going to be giving each group a flip chart. So each group is going to get a flip chart paper which you're going to be working with. And you're also going to get a copy of this. And I'm going to discuss these instructions very quickly. So please settle into your groups.
So they are only posting on Facebook.
So you can just join any group.
posting here. We have about just four, I mean, four or three of them are posting on Facebook, just Facebook. But nobody, no one is tweeting.
And tweeting.
No one is posting on Instagram.
All right, I'll mention it. Okay, so have we settled into our groups? Is that group 4? I can see group 4 have already started their discussion. So group 4. Okay, so from now and the next sessions that we're going to be having, we're going to be working together in groups. But for this first group assignment, there is something that every group needs to do. I'm going to give you the microphone if you want to tell us what the teams are supposed to do. If not, you need to pay attention. Is that fine? Okay? There are a few things that every group needs to do, because at the end of this, each group is going to come up and do a presentation. So one of the first things you need to do is that you need to come up with a group name. You need to find a name for your group. If I was you, I would think of a nice name, an interesting name, not a boring name. Think of a name that will make us happy, because I think the best group might get a prize at the end of the day. So think of a very interesting name for your group. Okay? As a group, you're also going to come up with a chant. And what I mean a chant, sometimes people call it, do you want to tell us, or do you want to finish listening to the instructions? Formerly known as Group 1. I know you want to come up with a group name, but let us finish listening so that we can start our group assignments. Okay? Each group will come up with a group name. So you're formerly known as Group 1, but when you come up for your presentation, you will not say Group 1 anymore. You will tell us the name of your group. Each group has a chant, or a slogan, or a short song. And let me give you an example. Even though I'm not a member of a political party, there's a political party that their slogan is "Power to the People." Do you know that? Do you know that political party? Yeah. So you know what happens? They call the name of their party Chi Chi Chi, Power to the People. Okay? So what is that? That's a slogan. That's a chant. It's almost like a song. And one of the reasons why we're doing this is it bonds them together as a team. It bonds them together as a party. And that is how you build leadership teams. That is how they identify themselves, by their name, by their chant, or by their slogan. Companies even have slogans. Isn't that true? Okay, so there's a company, their slogan is, "It's in you." Do you know what company that is? Say it loud, let them hear. Peak. So Peak Milk. So even if you don't say Peak Milk, if you say "It's in you," you know the company that you're talking about, because you have a slogan that identifies that team, that identifies that brand. The final example that I'm going to give, if they say "Up Gunners," there's wahala. So nobody knows Up Gunners. You don't have Arsenal fans. The Blues. The Blues. Okay, you have Chelsea fans here. What of Red Devils? Okay, so you see, it's a slogan that identifies a group. If you go to watch football at the viewing center, if you say the Blues, you know the people who are there, and that just bonds you together as a team. Okay, so everyone is going to write down. You're going to come up with a team name, and you're going to come up with a team chant. But another thing that you're going to be doing is you're going to develop what is called a shared purpose. And I'm now going to go back to my definition of what leadership is. Because we said leadership is about achieving purpose. Okay? So if you look at this sheet that you have, it's called a skill practice sheet. Especially if you look at the third page. So I can't go through the whole thing, but you're going to, as a team, you're going to determine who you are. And so this is a theoretical exercise. You can determine what kind of team you are. You can determine if you're a company. You can determine if you're a political party. You can determine if you're an advocacy group or a campaign group. You can determine what is the action that you want to achieve. What is your shared purpose? So as a team, ideally, individually, you should just take a few moments and think about what is the shared purpose for our group going to be. Okay? Oga? Oga boss? It's you I'm waiting for to finish so that I can continue talking. You're finished? Okay, you're almost finished. As a team, you're going to develop what is called a shared purpose. So you have this guide that has been shared to each of the groups that will help you. So you start to think about what is our purpose? What is our unique goal? What do we want to achieve as a team? And then you start to develop it into a sentence. So your shared purpose will be written out as a sentence. Is that clear? And if you look at your skill practice sheets, on the third page, there's an example of a shared purpose. And the example here says we are a non-governmental organization that shares a purpose of building and supporting a new generation of exceptional leaders by organizing young people to participate in Nigeria's political and entrepreneurial space. We will achieve this by training, mobilizing, and inspiring young people. So in each of your teams, you will develop your own shared purpose. What you have here is just an example. So it is not for you to copy, it is to guide you. For you, you will say, we are a ... You will determine what you want to be. We share a purpose of, you define what your own purpose is. And you hope to achieve your purpose by, you now spell out the activities that you hope, how you intend to achieve your purpose. Is that clear? So I'm taking time to explain this so that when you start working in your groups, you do not keep on coming back to ask us questions. But my colleagues and I would be going around the different groups to provide support. Finally, you're also going to develop what we call team roles. So if you remember, the last session talked about building leadership teams. So on the last page, there's something like a table. So you will draw a table like that using the flip chart paper that you have given. And you'll assign roles to the different members of your team. And you tell us whether who is the coordinator, who is the secretary, who is the financial secretary. You will tell us the person's name, the person's role. And that is how we start building leadership teams. Is that clear? Finally, I said each team will come up with a team name and a team chant. So moving forward, that is how we identify you, by your team name. And when you come up to do your presentation, you come up as a group and you tell us your team name and you do your team chant and then you do your presentation. Is that clear? Does everyone know what we're supposed to do? So you need to develop a team name, develop a team chant, develop a shared purpose and team roles. Is that clear? Any questions? Are there any questions? Okay, so if there are no questions now, we can start work. We are going to come back by 20, it's 3 o'clock now. We are back by 20 minutes after 3 to start our presentations. Yes, you're going to write down your shared, after you develop your shared purpose as a team, you're going to write it down clearly on the flip chart paper, because you're going to come and present it and you're going to tell us what it is. And then you would also draw this table. You draw this table on your flip chart and tell us what the team roles are. And you will identify roles and who is going to play that role on your team. I hope we have started developing our shared purpose and writing it on our flip chart papers. Also remember that you need to develop your team roles. So please start transferring your shared purpose to your flip chart and write it clearly and largely, because every group is going to come to the front and make their presentation.